This is the ATF webinar. It's called Checking In and Reflecting on Distance Teaching. And we're doing that because the first one we had in March was kind of, we need to see what everybody's going to be asked to do. And we kind of give some ideas for first, what technology should I use, or what strategies am I using right now that I could flip on a dime and start with on Monday. And so that was with Nathan Lutz and Heidi Trude and me. So that one was in March. This one, we've been working on this. This for me is my official first month of distance learning, distance teaching. And we want to check in and say, how's it going? Because so many things were pushed out to teachers in such a quick time that it was a bit overwhelming. Oh, it was ridiculously overwhelming for the students and for the teachers. We have a few presenters requests today because there's quite a few of us. I've asked you to be on mute. When we get to our conversation rooms, we'll have you unmuted. But as we are a large group, just please be respectful of everyone's speaking time. If you have further questions, you can always email the participant, the presenter after the meeting. We have also different perspectives that we're coming from, different locations, different rules. What can you use? What can't you use? That's 50 states, 330 million people. It's going to be a lot different for everybody. So just be respectful of everyone's different approaches. You do not need to display your video. If you have lower bandwidth, that kind of helps out. But please keep your microphone muted until it's our conversation time. And then if you have a question, or if you just want to throw in an idea, we have the raise your hand function under the manage participants. You can put your virtual hand up and someone will grab you and say, hello, go ahead and talk. A couple of those memes to help us out today. So our objective for today, we're going to try to provide some moral and tangible support to French teachers and their students. Your students aren't here, but we figure if we can reach out to you, you might hopefully feel some more support, and that's going to help you with your students. And they're going to say, oh, Madame Flux seems so relaxed because she went to a webinar with the AATF. I'm not quite sure that will be it, but that's our goal. We're also going to share some strategies and ideas for curriculum design and modifications. I mean, you have your curriculum most likely, but it cannot be what you're going to teach for the next month and a half or however much time you have left. Your unit that you designed that is so brilliant and beautiful and has all these wonderful interpersonal activities for the students, that was in your room, that was in your classroom, and now you're in your living room, and it's a different world. And your students need some modification as well as you do. We have some technology tools and workarounds that we can help with. And then I'm going to show you the AATF curricular and authentic resource platforms to give you some inspiration for things you can do with those tools, with those strategies, so that you don't have to spend the rest of your time looking for that perfect video. So, l'ordre du jour. Today, we're just going to do some introductions and reflections from the presenters. We've got a shared resource document. Okay, so if you click on this link, that will take you there. This is the quick place. If you've got a link that you want to share, there's something that you know about, you can add that on there and put a link on it, or just give us an idea. I'll get those transferred over to our Wakelet collections later. I really do appreciate the Accessible Resource Bank. Great website from the World Language Supervisors. And also we have the NEL, for younger learners. So if you're an elementary person, that's a great place to go. So what else do we have for this week? Today. We have a conversation room 1 and 2, and the first one's just going to be a quick conversation, like how are you doing, what's going on. The second one, we have 5 wonderful presenters today. These are AATF members and leaders. They are teachers. This is their 3rd day to spend an hour and 45 minutes sharing not everything that's perfect, but things that they can help you with or support you with, some ideas. They're so generous to give their time. We're going to thank them major. We have the AATF resource and curated materials. You're going to be hearing a lot about that. And if you need extra technology, because Heidi's just going to wow you, there's more technology on my website. Okay, so and she's got a list that she's building as well. In the conversation room number 1, we'll get to, it'll be about 20-25 minutes. Everyone's just going to talk about transitioning into distance learning. and what's been working well, and successes or challenges. And then I'd like you to take a second to read this. We have conversation room number 2. It'll be a little bit longer, 25 minutes. When you click on this, you can choose one of these topics. So Teresa's going to do asynchronous planning for the week. Justin is going to do thinking ahead for fall 2020, because I'm not sure what's going to happen in 2020 if we're starting right on time or what, but we still have to think about those students are coming in with having stopped most likely classes in March, normal classes, not learning, but normal classes. So how is that going to affect your unit design, your planning for the year? Nathan is going to be talking about transitioning into a portfolio-based assessments. Heidi has technology tools and ideas. And Katie Wheelock, we have this self-care and flexibility, or we can have an AP room. And we'll ask the room about that, the group. If you want to talk about AP, I can start a room for you. And, you know, we can just talk, because there's a lot of changes going on for AP. This is from our last webinar in March, and I think a lot of this still applies. So I'm not going to read all of them. I just want you to reflect and consider on screen time versus human connections. We have so many Zoom meetings, and my students have 8 teachers. We're being asked to just give them 30 minutes of work per week, per class. That screen time, we don't know what's going on at home. We have the concern about, do my students all have access the same way I think they do? Is their home safe? What kind of proficiency benchmarks and expectations do we have to consider now that we are in this distance learning? Focusing on feedback and not grades. Giving quizzes and assessments right now for grades is an interesting topic. And then how do you deal with kids cheating? You know, there's so much of that being explained right now, that kids are going online and just sharing and copying answers. Well, online is their perfect little world. They love going there. These are things for you just to think about, and maybe we can talk about in the conversation room number 1. There's some more links for you, because you have nothing else better to do on a Saturday except for go through and click links. I do want to point out the world language instructional models from the Virginia Department of Education. And my second favorite is the basics of teaching online from Occidental College. That's the California World Project in California. They have an amazing setup for you. So if you really need more after this, go to those webinar and distance learning resources. So let's get to this best part. Qui sommes-nous? I'm going to give you the control, because we have beautiful presenters who want to share their ideas. So Justin, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I am Justin Charles. I am the AATF Commission for the Promotion of French chairperson. I teach French 3 at Round Lake High School. Our last day was March 13th, at which point we were told that we would have a week off before spring break and then come back after spring break. And as of yesterday, the governor announced that we would not be going back at all. So the conversation 2 that I will be leading is ideas for how to prepare for fall of 2020 and what that's going to look like. Whether you teach with other teachers or if you're the only person in your program, how that is going to look, because these are unique times. So take it away, Katie.
Hi, I'm Katie Wheelock. I'm in Arlington, Virginia, and I teach at a public high school here. We finished on Friday the 13th, March 13th as well. We had a week where we didn't do much, then spring break, and then we assigned activities for the students to do kind of as a placeholder. And now we're at a point where students can do work to improve their overall grade for the year from the first, second, and third quarter. But the only classes that can do new work are AP classes, and we're not allowed to give any grades. It's all complete or incomplete. And in terms of synchronous learning, each department is given 1 hour per week for all their students total. So that means I split my hour between French 4, 5, and AP. And there's no guarantee that the kids will come because it's all optional for them. So I'm doing my session on self-help, although the new AP setup interests me. I've realized that I can't be very successful if I'm not going to take care of myself as well. So that's why I decided to do this session, and I'll have some suggestions in English and in French for you and things you could share with your students.
Thank you, Katie. Teresa.
Hi, I'm Teresa Flock. I teach French dual enrollment. So I'm the only French teacher at my school at Middle College High School in Memphis. And I'm also the president of the AATF for Tennessee. So we're a little different because we had obligations to the college that we do dual enrollment teaching for. So we had to pivot pretty immediately. We found out on Thursday afternoon before our spring break. And I'll be honest, I did a little dance in the hallway because I knew that Friday I wouldn't have to go to a PD that I was dreading. So, but I really did underestimate like the longevity of how this was going to last. I thought we were going to get 1 week. And so I was kind of like, my kids and I were all like, all right, yay. And then that, at least the last time I saw them, we were happy. So, but because we do college credit, we all transitioned to online pretty quickly, and we focused on our college credit classes. And now the other classes, while they cannot go lower than what they were before, we're still actually doing almost like same, business as usual kind of work. We do have kids who haven't shown up. We're trying to, make sure that they're okay and that we're providing technology for them if they don't already have it. So we did try some synchronous work in order for them to be able to get on the national French contest. And since then, it's been like herding cats. I was able to get them that one time. And so I am finding that asynchronous is working better for us, those of us who have like a bit of a workload to turn in. So that's what my session's about.
Thank you. All right. Heidi, would you like to continue?
Sure. So I'm Heidi Trude. I'm a French teacher at Loudoun Valley High School in Purcellville, Virginia, so Northern Virginia, similar to Katie. We went on closure. We were one of the first districts in Virginia to close, and it was all of a sudden. None of us were expecting it. We closed on March 11th. We found out via text and a phone call at 5 a.m. in the morning, and none of us knew why, what was going on. And at that point, we were told it was going to be about a week or 2 weeks. And we were like, okay, whatever. Okay, we'll be back. No big deal. So we were told that day, March 11th, we had an hour that we could go into school, get some material if we wanted. They're like, get any of your plants. They didn't even really stress getting teaching materials. They're like, well, just take care of your plants and things that you wouldn't want to leave, like as if it were a normal break. And I was like, okay, I'll get my plants. I'll get my water bottle, like my snacks that I left in my classroom, and I grabbed a few teaching supplies because I was like, well, they didn't say if we're teaching or not, so I didn't know what to do. So I was like, okay. So that while we're off then, it was pretty much no contact with the kids, no giving them assignments. Then they eased up and they're like, well, you can check in with them and see if they're okay, if they have questions. So I was like, okay, we'll do that. Then they went into what they called the LCPS, Continuity for Education Plan, which our district supervisors gave ideas for the kids of how they could stay engaged, but that was only optional. Then the week of March 30th, we went into using HyperDocs, and I'll show those during my tech session, where we could give review options for our students to complete. So like review from the previous quarters 1, 2, and 3 learning. Then we went to spring break. After spring break, now we're on new content. So just this week, we rolled out new content with synchronous learning, but they're slowly transitioning us to synchronous, as our one county to the east of us, Fairfax County, you may have heard, has been in the news, because they had lots of issues with their rolling out of their synchronous. So Loudoun's kind of pulled back the reins again, and we're being a little more cautious as we go into synchronous learning So I can talk a little about what that's going to look like in my session as well, but it's kind of been a gamut. So I'm going to turn it over to my buddy Nathan, and he's going to tell you about elementary teaching.
Hi, my name is Nathan Lutz, and I am a elementary school French teacher. I teach junior pre-K, which is age 3 up through 5th grade. And I'm also my school's global learning coordinator. So I manage all of our global education, our trips. And so I sadly had to cancel our 2 spring break trips, an exchange program, and 3 summer trips. So it's been pretty depressing and lots of refund checks being issued. So my school actually was talking about going to remote learning back February 20th. We had a faculty meeting, and at that time we were saying, oh, you know, we'll do our 2-week spring break and then maybe have 2 weeks of remote learning. So we'll just, you know, figure out what to do. And so I think we falsely prepared at that time because we weren't in it for the long run. So I left my plants and I didn't bring enough teaching materials with me. We sent home, you know, a minimum amount of materials with the kids. So we're having to retool quickly. Fortunately, our security is going around watering plants. So at least that. But it's been a challenge. In my session is not just for elementary school teachers. It could be any age level that you've got. And we'll be talking about transitioning to portfolio-based assessments versus traditional type assessments. All right, Catherine.
Thank you. Okay, so you've met our wonderful presenters. This is great. My name is Catherine Mousselin, and I am in Washington State. I'm just north of Seattle, kind of wherever but things started, so we apologize for bringing this over. I do the AATF Technology Commission, the social media chair, the resource curation. If you've been on French Teachers in the US or one of those world language groups, that's me always saying, hey, you should share that, and try to put things together for teachers. Try to put it together for myself too. I'm also a world language technology coach. And if you need to do a one-on-one session, I do have a contact form up here if you want to get just 30 minutes with me. It's free. We can talk because we're not going to be able to answer everything, but I will be available next week after all these webinars are completed. We'll have more time to talk. So I'm going to ask you now to come back to conversation room number 2. And that, again, that's in the presentations in the chat box. You're going to click on this where it says, please choose a topic. I'll show you that in a second. And you're going to decide for the second conversation room, who would you like to work with? We're going to be putting people in one by one. So put your name down and then choose which of these would work. Now, Katie is probably not going to do AP. That's for certain. So any room will work, if you're very flexible. If you want to do AP, you can just hang out and I'll start a room for you. Or you can, we'll figure out how to do that. So take a moment, please, before we go into chat room 1 to choose a topic, and I'll see your name pop up here that you fill this, this form out. So that would be helpful, and then I can get everybody going.
Catherine,
Right.
when they open up the link for the PowerPoint, it's slide 6 where the
Oh, thank you.
choices.
Slide 6, yep. That's a great thing. It's also, if you want to go on to the second one, that's fine too. Okay, so we're going to start in conversation room 1 today. Just how are you transitioning? When we get these started, you're going to be sent a little invitation to join a room, and go ahead and in there, Heidi and Justin and Teresa, Nathan, they're all going to be just kind of facilitating the conversation. So if you want to discuss something, bring it up. And as we go through that, maybe you've got an idea to support somebody else. That would be a wonderful thing to share your insight. Let's get these started. So breakout room number 1, we're going to start with Heidi.
Hit record. There we go.
Thank you. I was just going to say thank you.
Daria. Voila. Okay, so this is probably all that we're getting. So these are going to be informal conversations that we're going to have now, just talking through what's working, what's not working for you all. If you need some ideas, if you want to brainstorm, like in my other groups, we've talked about things like motivation. engagement. We've talked about grading and workload. So it's open to you all, whatever is on your mind. So feel free to jump in. We can do it round robin style. It's whatever you guys want. Decide, or I'll just call out on you guys and you're just going to be in the hot spot. So whoever wants to jump in, you could use the raise your hand if you want, and I can call on you, or your call. But we're small. There's only 6 of you plus me, 5 of you.
How do you raise your hand?
Okay, so
How
if
do you
you
raise
go to participants, you see down at the bottom, it says manage participants. You guys might not
Okay.
have that.
It says participants.
Yeah, if you do that, if you click that link, and then you go, it'll open it, and you'll see next to your name, you should have a button that says raise hand. Yep, I see Brenda has raised her hand. So I can lower her hand, and now Brenda can talk. Go ahead.
Hi. Heidi, I can't remember what your topic is.
Technology, but right now this is general conversation.
Okay.
So everyone in here is random.
It does feel related to technology. What I'm really interested in is how can I maximize asynchronous learning?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's another breakout room, but it's not clear to me if I'll be able to participate in that one.
Okay.
That's the one
Don't
I
worry.
chose. Anyway.
We will make sure, and the nice thing is we're recording all of these sessions. So every single breakout is recorded. So you'll hear what goes on in Katie's session. You'll hear what's going on in Justin's room.
Mm-hmm.
Like as long as all of us remembered to hit record, you'll hear everybody's sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, let me say thank you and a success then, because I wrote to you, Heidi, about Flipgrid. I asked you about a week ago or so, and thank you for your help with that.
Absolutely.
And I decided to do a Flipgrid with my French 3 students on a topic that I had planned for writing.
Yeah.
But I was concerned about academic integrity.
Yeah.
And at first I was really discouraged by the results. I liked the topic, but I was discouraged by the results. But then I thought, you know what, this is the first time they've spoken French in 4 weeks.
Exactly. Like, be forgiving of them. And also my advice is forgive yourself too, because it's not true teaching right now what we're doing. We're in like emergency crisis mode. I mean, you're welcome. I know my kids, like, I didn't have contact with them because we closed the 11th, and then it was the no contact period. So then once we finally could do things on March 30th, and then that's also the dreaded day that we got the governor's announcement that we were closing for the whole year. So I was like, okay, it's the first day I can actually give my kids something to do. So it's like I was excited that morning, and then by that afternoon, 2 p.m., it's like my world felt like it was crashing in on me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm never going to see them face to face again. And it was horrible. And then I'm also the senior class sponsor, so that's a whole nother dimension of crazy right now, because we're planning virtual. We're not calling it virtual graduation. It is called end of year senior celebration, with then the promise of once it is safe, then they'll have a face-to-face graduation, but we can't even tell them a date because we have no idea. It could be a whole year from now. We have no clue. But yeah, that's a whole nother topic, so I need to stay focused. So who else has other issues, concerns, things that have been working well? Oh, I see Eileen, you got your hand. Let me lower you. All right, go ahead.
Hi, I'm really here mostly to listen. I'm retired, and I'm amazed at what you all are doing, and I hope you're taking care of yourself. So self-care sounds really, really important. I'm retired, but my niece asked me if I would give French lessons to her niece in Boston, and I live in Illinois. I was like, first grade, what? I taught high school for years. So actually for me, I'm sorry to say this, it's fun for me because I'm discovering Zoom.
Yeah, Zoom has been awesome.
And I'm in the Alliance Française, and we're putting all our events online. So it's been, learning something new. And the thing that I just like to say is fun is annotation. So if you're using Zoom, and using annotation is a lot of fun because you can make designs, and you can, because you feel like you can't do what you ordinarily do because you can't use your body to show things, or and the annotation is fun because there are all different kinds of ways you can do it, circles and draw circles, and they can do it too.
Totally.
So it's kind of a fun thing.
That's a fun one. And then another one I found that I've been using in my room, like I like to make little fun videos for the kids. So I use my iPhone because I like recording on my phone a lot better. And I'm going to talk about it in my session, but it's an app called Clip-O-Matic, and it captions it for the kids in target language. So I made my dog, like my dog speaks to the kids sometimes, and it's just like they'll see the words and then they see whatever my dog is deciding he's going to talk about with them. The kids like it. It's kind of dorky, but it's fun. It's engaging. It's like I just try to give them a lot of inspiration and cool things to make it feel normal, even though it's not normal. Anyone else? Successes, things that's working well, maybe things you're concerned about. I know other groups have mentioned before, like motivating the kids, hearing from them, like concerned about the workload. Anything is open. Like, don't be shy, just talk. Anything. And if you're muted, just unmute yourself. Just hit your microphone button.
So I'm Devin Beatty, and I teach at Cornell College.
Okay.
And we are on a block plan format, so every class is intensive. It's 3.5 weeks. And I just finished. I'm still, my head is spinning.
Ooh, I'm gonna mute some of you guys. Don't worry, I'm gonna mute you.
Oh, sorry.
Tight. No, it's okay. And I'm gonna unmute you, Devin. Devin, unmute yourself. Click your microphone. Devin, we can't hear you. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I was getting whistling feedback coming through my headset, and that was not sounding
okay.
nice. So go ahead.
Is the sound is okay now?
Yes, you sound perfect now.
Yeah, just so I teach at Cornell College, and we have an intensive block plan calendar. And so I just finished with a 3.5 week intensive course. And so I have to say, Heidi, I attended a webinar where you were talking about a lot of different technologies, and I found I haven't even begun to try to implement all the cool ideas that you shared.
Thank you.
I was very, very appreciative of that, and I have a whole list of notes that I'm trying to explore now. But I found it to be a very challenging experience. And I have connectivity issues at home, so I often
right there with you.
trying to have a synchronous class session was really challenging, and I had students in 3 different time zones, and some of my students didn't have very good access to broadband and so on. So I was really juggling with a lot more asynchronous instruction than I had ever done before. So I don't know that I have much to offer in terms of success, but I did finish a course.
Okay. That's a success. So applaud yourself.
And we are seriously contemplating maybe a fall semester online as well. Yeah. So trying to just retool myself and be ready for that.
Yeah, like I know in Virginia, like it's not official, but I know because my mother's in central office administration, but they're talking for schools to possibly start the fall online. They're started talking like just make the plans now. It's now April. You would start late August, so you have 4 months. Figure out what your plan's going to be. And I'm like, oh my gosh, no, I don't want to be online again in the fall because it's hard. Like I don't know what it's like for you all, but I feel like I'm working longer hours now doing online because at least in my district, we have to have office hours every day where we're either answering their emails, giving them feedback. We're doing one-on-one Google Meet meetings with students who have questions. Let's see, we're answering messages through Remind. We're doing virtual IEP meetings online. Let's see, what else do we have to do? We have weekly department meetings now, weekly faculty meetings, weekly countywide world language team meetings. Then we have weekly world language curriculum team meetings. So it's like graduation team meeting. Like every day I have at least one Zoom meeting or more, just admin wise. So, and then when you have 130 some French students who are waiting for you to give them feedback, I literally work pretty much 7 in the morning till at least 5. And then I usually log back on in the evening doing work. So it's a hard balance. So self-care is very important. Please go to Katie's session too. She has lots of good ideas. Like I basically try Sundays is my day that I do no tech. I unplug completely, no phone, just to focus on myself, my family, my friends, and just kind of recenter myself, because Monday through Saturday, I'm pretty much plugged in all day. Anyone else feeling that stress? Anyone else want to chime in on things that might be working or not working for you? Maybe Alexander or Angie, you want to say something? We haven't heard from you all. If you want to talk, just hit your microphone. Angie, we can't hear you. If you want to just hit your microphone, or I can also unmute you. Here you go. Let me unmute you. There you go.
Something goes over
There you
top
go.
of the microphone.
Don't worry, I can always unmute you too, so you can just wave at me. I have all the controls, so I can unmute you all as well. Go ahead.
Well,
What's working for you?
I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming. You just feel like you're working 24 hours a day.
And where are you at? Like,
I'm in South Jersey.
Okay.
My son lives very close to where you are.
Okay.
But yeah, I teach 4 levels of French. You know, and each one of those 4 levels is filled with some who are honors, some who aren't. And then I teach keyboarding. So trying to figure out, you know, I have to do a lot of screencastifys.
Yeah.
I use that a lot so that they can see what I'm doing and, you know, learn. What I need help on is getting the kids to speak. I use Flipgrid.
Okay.
But I'd like to know a way that I could get more than one, like students to partner, if that's possible.
Yeah, and with Flipgrid, you pretty much can't get them going like synchronously going, but like a workaround I've told mine to do is if they do like, if they are friends with each other and they use their phones and they, okay, you guys can't really see my phone because of my green screen.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Sort of kind of see it appears, but you could have them do like a FaceTime and record their FaceTime conversation. You could have them do, and that way they're recording it, or ask them maybe to do, if you're just, I'm getting feedback. I'm going to mute you, Angie. Hold tight. There we go. So what you could do too is ask them either to do a Google Meet, or you could ask them to do a Zoom and record the record their Zoom meeting if your district allows it, but please check and make sure. I know my district, we're not allowed to have students using Zoom. I do use the Flipgrid because we're allowed to do that. So it's not, I mean, the one kid will say something, and then you've got to wait till the partner replies because we can't be online together yet. So you got to get a little creative with it to get the conversations, but those are a couple options that could work. Other suggestions you guys have? You can unmute. Or I can unmute you if you want.
Heidi, is it possible to, I've done a lot of my teaching using, I did all my teaching using Zoom last month.
Yeah.
And I put students in Zoom breakout rooms all the time.
Yeah.
Would it be possible then to record those breakout?
Yeah,
Maybe they
like
have a
I'm recording your
conversation
breakout
there.
right now. So yeah, you can record,
So
if your district would allow you to use Zoom, you could put them in the breakout rooms like we've done with you all, and then give them their prompt, and then be like, assign one of the kids, like, your job is to be the recorder, and then they could upload that recording to your Google Classroom or whatever platform you have, send it to you via email, put it in your Google Drive. Like, it is a big file. I will tell you guys that, like, it takes forever for those to download, but that's a suggestion and that could easily work. But please check with your district to make sure it's allowed, because there's been all the Zoom bombers and all that. So please, especially if you teach in a high school, double check and make sure that is okay with privacy laws. Okay. Other thoughts, suggestions, like issues you're having, like anything you want to discuss, like anything is open.
This is Brenda.
Yeah, go ahead, Brenda. Let me lower your hand. There you go. You're good.
I wonder, you know, I have, when I introduce vocabulary, a couple of the ways that I'll do it is like homework. Well, kids will have worksheets with the vocabulary that they do as homework for the next day, and then the next day I'll have Google Slides and have them, I mean, I really try to set it up so they are speaking in class, and not to use a lot of class time for writing. and I'm still struggling with a way to not necessarily do what I do when I'm in the classroom with them, but to, you know, give them that vocabulary input so then that they're able to do something with it. And we also cannot require kids to attend our Zoom classes.
Okay.
We've been told now that we can record them, but that's no guarantee either that they will listen to them
exactly
or watch them. And so the first 2 weeks of our e-learning, I had kids using some of the worksheets that I already had, do some of the pre-reading activities, and they had to submit their work to me, or the post-reading for a homework in lieu of a quiz, you know, kind of and I tend to give real short quizzes. And clearly some of the kids had not done it for learning. And I got a lot of garbage, I'll say. Which then ended up, I was doing a lot of communicating with them, like, you didn't do part 2 right. And so for me, the long story short was I was really, really busy. But there was not a lot of learning going on.
And like,
and so I guess I don't want to repeat that, because I think that it was not a good use of their time as a student, and it wasn't a good use of my time as their teacher.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Please.
Do you offer your students an opportunity to reflect at the end of the lessons? Like where they're telling you what they liked, what they didn't like, what changes they might add?
Since we've been in e-learning?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
Okay, I would suggest that, and I'm happy to share the reflection that I use with my students. It's been working. They give me really great feedback of what activities they liked, what they would like more of, etc. I don't know if we have enough time that I can screen share it. I'm going to try. We're going to see if this will work, but I can show you guys. Let me hop over to the right one. Okay, you guys should see my screen. Yes, if someone kind of gives me a nod or thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, where did they go? They're supposed to be in all the levels. Oh dear, that's not good. Where did my forms go? That's not cool. Oh, they went in my AP folder. That's weird. Well, they're supposed to be for all the levels. I'll move that later. Okay, so I have a couple that I give them. But this is just, and I do it in English for the reflection to make sure they're really understanding and give it, because I teach all the levels. And I wanted one form, so I wanted to really make sure my lower levels understood. So they tell me their name, they tell me the day they did it. What did you learn? How comfortable are you? And what can you do really well? Where have you improved? What would you like us to spend more time doing? I asked them what they could do to improve, what resources. And then I asked them, what can I do? What could be differently? And what assignments, what helped you learn the most? What didn't work for you? Like, okay, maybe I gave you this kind of activity and that really didn't work for you. So maybe I need to readjust. And then they share questions, comments, concerns. And their feedback is really, really good. Like they'll give me suggestions being like, this worked, this didn't work, or there's this one, like I alternate which ones I use. This one's a little more complex, but this one, it's like, what's one important thing you learned? Similar, but I changed the questions. Like, what's something you can do well? What are you struggling with? Okay, we have a minute. Then I have them, especially for the lower levels, to focus on what's our essential questions and learning targets. What are you working on? What aren't you working on? And then questions. So this one's more, are you understanding? Okay, and I see, Angie, you have a question. So let me lower your eyes. Yeah, where did you go? Or Brenda, somebody does. Oh dear, we're gonna be shot back in a minute. But go ahead and unmute yourselves, guys, and you can talk. And I can unmute you all. There we go. So whoever wanted to say something, go ahead.
My school has been my school has been very good about doing some surveys, that kind of survey of the students, and that's been very helpful. And most students say that screencasts are very helpful to them, but I have a
Yeah.
hard time knowing how I could use a screencast, because that lends itself to lecturing, like history teachers. I don't mean to denigrate what they do, but I don't lecture in my class. You know, I
Yeah.
set it up pretty much in the for the kids to talk, and then we come back
Message
together. I set it up again, and then you
message me,
talk.
Brenda, and I'll show you. Like, we could even do a demo one, and I can show you.
So, how has transitioning into the distance learning, how has that gone for you? Do you have any worries or concerns, or is there anything that's been going great for you? Let's start with R. MacArthur, R.M. Carter. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Roya.
Oh, right.
I am in Houston, Texas, and but I was one of the very fortunate ones because my school, around May 5th, they started developing the Microsoft Teams,
Mm-hmm.
where they trained us and they asked us to go ahead and start adding all of our students to the different classes, different levels. And so we had already set up and they trained us on how to do some basic tasks. And then on March 13th, when they closed down, well, we were starting our spring break, and so they closed the school a day earlier, and then we've never gone back. But we were all set up to get started on the Microsoft Teams. I'm not saying that it's been easy, it has been extremely just very, very nerve-wracking. I have had to figure things out completely on my own, on how, where do I need to go to make a recording? How do I keep the students? They don't want us to really give very meaningful grades.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically just participation grades.
Is
So
anyone else in the room using Microsoft Teams? No? Okay. I do have Microsoft Teams and I use it for my staff, like for the faculty, but I tend not to like to use it for the students. It's a little more clunky and not as streamlined as Google Classroom, and we're lucky that we're allowed to use Google Classroom. But there's a lot of schools that, because they get money from Microsoft, kind of force you into using Teams. Yeah.
So, but there's just
It's a learning curve.
Yeah.
For sure. Mary, how about you?
Hi, my name's Mary Hubbard. I'm in New Jersey, and our last day was Friday the 13th, but we had a predetermined, we already had a planned in-service that day, so that was a strike. Really lucky for us. So the principals all trashed their original plan, and we had a crash course in online learning. My school and state and county didn't announce the closure until the end of the day that Friday, and we thought we would be going back tomorrow, but of course we're not. I'm pretty lucky in that I haven't been given a lot of restrictions. We've been asked to do meaningful things, but we haven't been told we're not allowed to grade. We haven't been told we're not allowed to do new material. We've been asked to be, reasonable and to think big picture. And I've definitely been doing that. And it's been challenging. I think that the first 3 weeks were really rough, 12, 13, 14-hour days all weekend. Just really, really hard, very time consuming. But I feel like I'm kind of finding my way a little better now, and anxious to see what people's favorite finds are.
And Nicole, how are you doing over there?
I am good, thank you.
And so,
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to ask you to continue.
I'm in Cleveland, Tennessee, and everything's been going all right. Our students have their own devices, which is nice, from the school, and so everybody's got connection pretty much. And so I've been using a lot of Nearpod and a lot of Canvas to be able to give assignments. In the beginning, I was having really good results, and the majority of the students were turning in work. Nothing is for a grade, but we can use things as to replace old assignments that they maybe didn't do so well on, and we're not supposed to do any new material. So it's kind of dropped off. Our governor just announced that the schools would not be reopening for the rest of the year, and so a lot of the students seem to have taken that as, okay, it's done, and there was a drastic drop off of the number of assignments that were turned in this week.
Okay, Teresa?
So I'm in northern Michigan, in a private school. We also ended on the 13th, but that gave us a week before our break was planned, and that was Monday was we could go in, but the whole week, that first whole week was getting our act together. And we're really trying to follow up with students, so I'm getting a fair amount of participation. So I do some synchronous and some asynchronous stuff. But I'm just concerned that there's not a lot of learning going on. We're doing stuff, but we're not moving ahead.
Okay, Wendy?
Hi, I'm in Elgin, Illinois, about an hour west of Chicago, in the second largest school district in our state. And so, I mean, my story is very similar to everybody else's. And in Illinois, our Board of Education has issued a hold harmless, which means the only grades we're allowed to give are formative. We can, as Nicole said, we can use scores that students of work that they do now to raise their grades, but we can't do anything that's going to lower their grades. And our grading is going to be A, B, C, D, and incomplete, so there'll be no failures. And they haven't figured out yet what the mechanism is going to be for students to finish the work they need to do to improve their incomplete to a grade. But it does mean that they still don't get credit for the class. So if you're a senior and you've got an incomplete, you won't have the credits potentially that you need to graduate. So that's
And I think we're sometimes a little more worried about it than they are right now. They're not seeing the long-term implications of what that incomplete can mean for them. Especially those of us who are teaching college classes, or college credit in high school classes. I have some seniors who have completely disappeared. And I don't think they realize that if they don't, I guess I can give them an F technically, but my district doesn't want me to. So then they have an incomplete in a college class at a college they're probably not going to, and that's going to be on their transcript, and that's going to be very, very hard for them to rectify. And so yeah, I don't think there's a lot of long-term thinking going on right now. And I understand that in the beginning it was shocking, and I do know that there are a lot of kids who are actually the ones providing the child care for their siblings. They're the ones who, in my case, I have students who have actually gone to work with their parents because their parents own businesses that are deemed essential. So, but at the same time, there are all these big things hanging out there that I think can cause us more stress than it is causing for them at the moment. Laura, how about you? Anything that's been actually successful, or is there something that's really like causing you a challenge you're worried about?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is just that figuring out how much rigor to expect and knowing how much to give without overwhelming the students. And it's interesting to see what other teachers are required. So I'm appreciating finding out a little bit about that. we were in the unique situation. I'm in St. Paul, Minnesota, and we were on strike right before before it was announced that we were closing. So it was a sort of a chaotic transition. We settled the strike on Friday, and the teachers came back to work on Friday, and then Monday we were officially closed. So we haven't seen the students since March 9th. Some things that are going well, I'm using Google Meet, or that's the endorsed platform for conferencing with students, and that's probably been the most meaningful experience that I've had with students, that direct conversation and seeing their faces. Otherwise, it feels pretty lonely. It's just there's so much communication online or the constant output, but it's not as gratifying as seeing the faces, of course.
Right. I know it's interesting. It's interesting because like we're making some really cool stuff for the kids, and so in the past you'd spend time making this really great lesson and you'd be like, okay, and you'd do it, and the kids would either like get into it and it would be as good as you thought or not, and you would learn from it. But here it's like you're throwing it out in the ether. It may or may not come back, and so that's a really weird kind of thing, especially somebody who I get a lot of my my self identity, my who I am, by what I do through my kids. And so I have to remember that that's just me. That's not necessarily them. And then, Monsieur, your name says staff. So, who are you?
I am in Pennsylvania. My name is Kadima Bukasa. I teach in Philadelphia area. We have actually some issues because most of our students didn't have access to computer technology. And the district has to find a way to provide first the laptop to students and their families for those who are in need. And second, we have to use Google Classroom for students.
Yes.
But most of them are not used to use Google Classroom in a regular basis. So I was fortunate because I actually teach computer science and French sometimes. As I was teaching old school, I forced them to use Google Classroom. So some of them didn't like it at the beginning, but see, at the end, now everybody in the district, even teachers, have to learn how to use Google Classroom.
Look at you, avant-garde.
So it's like God sent.
Yes. Est-ce que le district vous a donné des paquets pour les étudiants qui n'ont pas accès à l'Internet? Ici à Memphis, ils ont utilisé la télévision pour les émissions, pour l'enseignement et aussi les paquets en papier, les autres façons à distribuer l'information. Est-ce qu'ils ont fait la même chose là?
Oui, ils ont aussi fait cela, mais ce n'est pas tout le monde qui a accès à l'Internet. Parce que les élèves, les étudiants n'ont pas la permission d'entrer dans les bâtiments pour le moment et ils sont à la maison, chez eux. Donc, il faudrait d'abord leur donner accès à l'Internet et puis leur donner les ordinateurs qu'ils vont utiliser. Alors, cette semaine, c'était la distribution des ordinateurs.
Ah oui.
Alors, il y a des élèves qui n'ont pas pu avoir le temps d'aller prendre les ordinateurs, donc il faut encore attendre. Mais officiellement, les enseignements à longue distance commencent demain, après-demain, donc lundi.
Après-demain, ok, d'accord.
Après-demain. Donc, mais c'est toujours ambigu parce que les élèves ne seront pas cotés. Ça, c'était notre problème. Et des deux, ils ne sont pas tellement motivés.
Oui, oui.
Les autres préfèrent seulement rester chez eux. Bon, c'est un temps libre, quoi, pour eux. Alors,
Oui.
c'est vraiment un dilemme.
Oui, mais c'est
Mais
normal. Ce sont des
c'est-
enfants alors.
oui, oui, c'est vrai, mais bon, il faut faire un effort. C'est une situation nouvelle
Oui.
qui demande des ajustements. Tout le monde s'adapte
Oui.
et c'est vraiment dur. Et il faut aussi voir le côté social parce que il y a des élèves qui ont perdu leurs parents, par exemple, dans cette situation. Et il y a même certains élèves qui sont victimes du virus. Donc, c'est une situation un peu sombre.
Oui.
Mais on espère qu'avec l'aide de Dieu, les choses pourront bien aller avant septembre.
Oui, 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 c'est vrai. Et pour le groupe en général, est-ce que vous êtes chargé de téléphoner tous les étudiants pour chercher, pour obtenir l'information concernant leur niveau de technologie ou leur accès? C'est pas pour tout le monde, non?
Oui, on a envoyé le message à toutes les familles.
Oui.
Et si vous avez besoin d'un ordinateur, il faut venir à l'école tel jour pour le prendre. Parce que ce n'est pas tout le monde qui manque. Il y a toujours des élèves qui ont de moyens.
Oui.
Leurs parents ont de possibilités. Donc, ils ont des ordinateurs et ils ont accès à la technologie en général. Mais les autres n'en ont pas. Donc, il faut leur donner la possibilité. Ils ont l'option, ce n'est pas obligatoire. Mais on donne la possibilité à tout le monde d'avoir accès à la technologie avant de commencer l'enseignement.
Oui.
Évidemment, tout est facultatif parce que ils ne seront pas cotés ou gradés pour le dernier semestre. C'est cela le dilemme. Parce qu'il faut les motiver d'abord avant qu'ils se mettent à étudier. Tu vois, pour les élèves, bon, est-ce que am I gonna get graded for this?
Yeah.
Alors, c'est une motivation pour eux. Mais aussi longtemps qu'ils n'ont pas des cotes, c'est vraiment, il n'y a pas de motivation. À moins qu'ils soient intérieurement et puis poussés par la famille, motivés.
That's
Sinon,
true.
c'est vraiment difficile pour eux.
For the students who aren't seniors yet, one of the carrots, I should say, that I've put out on the stick is that your choices that you make right now will be remembered. Like the whether you continue to push yourself and invest yourself in your education, we will be remembering that. So when you come to me and you ask me to write you a letter of recommendation for college, if you were somebody who kept pushing and you were somebody who found ways to adapt, I'm going to include that in your letter. You can imagine that almost everyone's letters for recommendation next year and even the year after are probably going to include this. It may even be a topic, I can imagine, for seniors and juniors writing their essays next year. So I just remind them, this is what shows what's important to you, but we also understand that there are things in your family, there are things beyond, if that's actually what's happening, well, absolutely, you need to attend to that, but your education and your investment in yourself is your primary job. Another thing I'd like to just touch on before we head back, because that's going to be shortly, is just remember, as you're using all this video technology and you're in touch with these students so much, that we're still mandated reporters. So you may be exposed to issues you may not have known existed in your students' homes, or you may even see things. Just remember, you still have to be the person who advocates for your student. I just had this happen last week, that a student was in like a violent situation, and I had to help her go find another student to stay with, and but that's something I normally wouldn't have been privy to. I wouldn't have known. And then of course I had to report that to the child services. So just be aware, you're going to possibly see things that don't come up in your day-to-day, because obviously people are stressed and things are breaking. So anything else that y'all would like to talk about? We're about to, it'll go and pop us back in a couple minutes, but anything on your mind?
I would like to add that I don't know if many teachers gonna return in the fall because of the virus. Maybe some will be afraid, and there is uncertainty to the opening of the next school year.
Mm-hmm.
So many question mark how the administrator can deal with all the departure, and because actually in our district they freeze hiring.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of lucky in that my administrators have been kind of on it from the beginning. So, but we're a small school. We're only 300, even though we're a public school. Students, oh, bye.
Anyone else like to share?
I'll speak.
Sure,
Can
go
you hear
for it.
me? I'm Bonnie Estes. I'm in North Carolina. I teach at a public high school. I'm the only French teacher. So I teach levels 1. Well, we have IB. We don't have AP. We have IB. So I teach traditional levels 1 and 2, and then I teach 9 through 12 and IB, all the levels of IB. Our IB exams got canceled. So you guys are having the AP exams, but our IB exams got canceled, which is a very first. I've been doing this since 2012 with IB, and that's unheard of. But we still had to do the oral IAs and get those, like we started them before spring break. And then the seniors we didn't get to, we had to do over Zoom. And then we had to finish those and send all of those grades in and update those. Our governor, when we started doing this on March 23rd, within a week, he basically said, seniors are done. You don't have to give any more work to seniors. They're done. Yeah. So that's one less prep. I usually have 5 preps every day, but that's one less prep for me, which was kind of nice. But he said, just finish, our principal said, just finish the IB stuff up if they're seniors. And but I have some seniors in my French level too, and they've not, if it's optional, they're not going to do it, so. But anyway, our principal said from the get-go, don't try to have synchronous meetings through Zoom because not everybody's going to be able to get there, and they're babysitting or they're working, or so everything I've been doing is asynchronous. I've done a lot of screencasts. I've attended some webinars for some good, trying to get creative. Our principal said, try to keep it fun. And he said, don't assign any late points. He said, they'll do it when they do it. And we're still giving, we're allowed to give project-based assessments for quizzes or for projects, but we're not allowed to do late points. It's kind of a given in my department. We know kids might cheat, but what do? You just kind of say open book or open note if they're taking notes from the notes you give them. And I'm trying to give some quizzes on SchoolNet just because it grades itself and it saves me a little time. I usually don't do that, but online, it's a different world now, so.
Yeah, I ran into a little bit of a problem and had to retool that. I was doing these multi-phase projects that, what you were doing on day 3 was contingent on what you did on day 1. And I had kids that were kind of like sporadically, showing up to do their work. And so they were in a hole because, the day that they decided to work, they couldn't do it because they didn't do the first step. So
right.
I had to sort of rethink how I do that and to make them into smaller projects that don't build so cumulatively, or give them other entry points into it so that they aren't frustrated and can't participate.
Yeah.
All right, let's try to hear from everybody. Who else would like to share? All right, hi. Oh, you're muted.
Okay. My name is Diane. I teach at Pace University, and I'm teaching second semester French and business French, and then the senior thesis course. Senior thesis, no problem. Business French, not too much of a problem. Even though I have a student in India and she joins us at 2:30 a.m., we're trying to do it synchronously. But she volunteered to do that. So it's working out. The issue seems to be, again, assessment, testing, and that's what I've been grappling with. I learned how to do it through Blackboard, and students had all kinds of complaints. So they said, oh, it's not recording my answers, which I don't know if it's true or not. So that's really my my challenge. And the administration says that it's best that we go easy on students at this time. Basically, just go easy on them because, as someone said before, we don't know their circumstances. And so that's where I am.
Yeah, great. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else like to share?
Hi, I'm Allison.
Hi.
And I'm in Texas. I teach middle school, and we're doing pretty well, I think, in some ways, but we are asynchronous. We are not doing synchronous. We do have some live Zoom tutorials, but that's like once a week per class.
Mm-hmm.
And our greatest challenge lately was that we just gave an assessment and trying to get them, we were doing it on Apple or Aptful. And that has been quite a challenge, getting 8th graders signed up and giving them the task and figuring out how to do it. But I've really loved being able to give that kind of feedback. So that's been a new tool that we've been using. Across the district, we have been doing more planning, trying to chunk things. We have been doing some new material, but it's kind of very chunked. We're not giving them too much. Our district says 3 hours a week, which I think is a lot, and we're even trying to do less than that, maybe no more than an hour per class. So that's kind of what we're doing, and just trying to stay up ahead of it. It's not easy, but with help across the district, we've gotten a great, kind of rhythm going on. So.
Very good. All right, anyone else like to share?
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Alexis.
Sorry. Doing things in the background. I figured you didn't need to watch me prepare breakfast for people. Much like, a lot of French teachers, I'm the only French teacher in my district. And I've got 1 through IB as well. So it's been a struggle. We kind of were like, okay, we're in school today. Okay, start distance learning tomorrow. So it's been kind of a quick shift. And at the beginning, they were kind of like, go, 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 go. Now that we're in finishing, I guess we just finished week 5, they're like, okay, slow down a little. But they also did just say to us, so, you're supposed to go back in the middle of May, but assume you're not and think of a way to kind of wrap up instruction. And that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around now. Like, what could I do to make it seem like this is a solid place to end or something interesting? So that's my biggest thing.
Yeah, that is a challenge. And just not knowing where to set our expectations. And, I think having in the back of your mind, like, we're not going back, like, and planning for that. Oof.
Yeah.
All right, anyone else like to share a concern?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Charlene. Hi.
Here. I teach French 3-4 in one class. Just have one class of French. The other, there's another French teacher. And in Honolulu. And we've been out like the rest of you and have had the same kids. Although the union hasn't been so strict as one in Ohio. The DOE tells us not to use Zoom because of issues, I guess, with the Zoom program or whatever. So it's been frustrating because I'm not a real person. But like the rest of you, it was like, okay, go. this goal from now. And so we had to learn. It was a steep learning curve for me. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Well, let's try to pivot. Did everybody get to share? I think everybody got to. Um, let's pivot to a little more positive talk now, and sort of brainstorm some solutions. If you heard a challenge that somebody had that you've got a solution for, or even a little bit of a solution, now would be a good time to speak up, so we can sort of take turns with that. So it sounds like there's a lot of different. I don't know if anybody's getting this right in this pandemic. It'll be interesting once it's all over with to step back and see. But I hear people in this group, a lot of asynchronous teaching going on, a little bit of synchronous, and and all over the place, from elementary all the way through post-secondary. So it's definitely a challenge, and I'm glad to hear that there's schools and districts that are looking out for protection of minors, making sure that there's safeguards in place not to expose them to anything inappropriate, being mindful of screen time. We've been at it for 3 weeks now, and we're now implementing a day of low-tech engagement for the kids. Not easy to do when you've got distance, but it's a challenge. Anybody have some advice, friendly advice for our other participants here?
I haven't done this yet, but I was looking into it. One of my friends does a choice board, and she puts it up on a Monday, and it has lots of I've seen different versions. I've gone to Teachers Pay Teachers, and I've seen different variations of it, but I just haven't put one together yet. But a lot of them are like a tic-tac-toe, and you have to do 3 activities, and then they give them all week to do them, and then on Friday they look at them, and as long as they've done a certain whatever they required, then that's one way to do it. And I've been playing around with those. I kind of I don't know, old fashioned, I'm not sure, but I'm trying to get some of the little things taught before I open that door to do a project, because they need to know the little bits before they put it all together. So I thought maybe I might do a choice board for next week and play with it this weekend.
Sure. If you know Leslie Gran, she does some really great work across all languages, and she did some really great choice boards. So I'm going to put her example in the chat box. It's a Google Doc, so you can access it and copy it. So if you want to modify that for your own purposes. I think she also does them across the modes too. So you can have, whatever, like what I like to do is have my students interact with like a video or an infographic or something. And then from that, assign them different choices that they can do. What I've done before is I've done a grid of 3 by 3, and one column is interpersonal, not easy to do in this, pandemic and distance learning. One column of interpretive, and then one column of presentational, and then telling the students that they must choose at least one item from each column. That's been a way that I've approached that, just to make sure that they don't skew all of their types of outputs into one,
that's a good idea.
Mode. Yeah, it's kind of a way of you're giving them choice, but you're kind of tricking them into, giving you what you want. Like if you want a balance of different things, you can.
Right.
All right, and Catherine has called us back, so we're heading back.
So this is the first conversation, just to check in and see how you are doing, kind of what your situation is, what has been working for you, what hasn't been working for you, how you are taking care of yourself during this time, just kind of get ideas starting to flow so that in the second conversation, you are ready to address those topics and you don't have other things flying around in your head. So you kind of know what my situation is. I have synchronous learning opportunities with my students twice a week for 20 minutes. And then I'm supposed to give them activities to do every other day. But if they don't do things, it cannot hurt their grade. It can only improve their grade. So I have a lot of B and C students who have just kind of dropped off of the grid because they're happy with where they are. My A students are still doing A work and trying to reach the students who are failing to be like, hey, this is the time to get caught up. So if one of you would like to speak next, just go ahead. Michelle.
I'm Michelle Emery, and I teach in Vermont. I teach at an independent school that serves the public. It's a weird Vermont thing. There is no public high school, so the taxes pay for everybody to come to the independent school. So I'm in a very unique, strange situation. We actually, the first week of March, got the directive to discuss in departments to plan for closing. And so we had a schedule and a plan in place the week before we closed. So that was an unbelievable relief. We had a massive amount of trips. I had my exchange trip about to go out. So we have been monitoring things very, very closely. And saw the writing on the wall. And I personally was like hell, we're coming back before September. So, and I actually, as an asthmatic, my last day was the 13th because the week after that was supposed to be our mid-semester exams. We're on the semester block plan. So my current classes I've only had since January, but I'm the only French teacher, so I had a big relationship with most of them already from other levels. And it's only my French ones that I don't know very well. And so they said they were going to have class for the week of mid-semester exams. And I said, get me sub, because I'm not coming. And my kids were all ready. They had their review packets. I told them the week before we were doing speaking online, bam. We are a Google school, and I use Vista Higher Learning in all my levels except for AP. So usually I just use it for grammar and vocab practice, the super site. And then I do lots of more, involved things in my classroom. And I don't take advantage of a lot of the parts of that curriculum that are online. I show the videos in class and we discuss them, for example, as opposed to assigning them. So it's been an enormous relief because I just use all the parts of the Vista Higher Learning super site that I didn't before, although some of them are glitching for me. We had a schedule for the morning. Instead of having hour and 20-minute classes, we have 40-minute classes online. And the first week they tried 5 days a week, and then they were like, oh, well, maybe we should do only 4 days a week of synchronous. So, and now, and I worked on the first week letting go of trying to have class, letting go of trying to have high expectations, saying this is traumatic and it needs to be fun. One of the things I put together as everybody was sharing ridiculous amounts of resources, I kept bookmarking thousands of things, and I made a giant choice board of every fun thing, museum tours, write a poem, play with learning lyrics training, like everything. And I said, and I tell the kids they have to pick one thing off of that choice board every week and do something fun. And we were in the middle of Mani Musicale, and I said, keep voting, keep playing with that stuff. Just everything fun. And then, we're supposed to move forward with teaching new material. But I have extremely low expectations about that, and I'm trying to do it in a way where I'm recycling at a maximum what we've already done. So health and wellness, we talked about food because we did that in the classroom. So those sorts of things. So that's kind of where I am. I was also blessed. We can still go in Vermont. We have very low cases. And our campus is open. Some people are filming videos. Some of the teachers are filming videos in their classrooms, like the chemistry teachers are going in and using the labs. I have been allowed to go back to get things, but I went back the first week that we closed, because they ended up closing early that week anyway. And I just closed down like it was June. I said, I'm packing everything away. I filled my car with crap. I stole my computer out of my classroom and brought it to home because I have my big screen. And just got myself set up as well as I could. So we were very, very blessed in that respect, and blessed with the plan, blessed with, we're a one-to-one school as well. So the kids all have either iPads from school or their own devices. We do have a population of 30% free and reduced lunch population, and they've been delivering food and setting them up with Wi-Fi and devices and whatnot as well. So that's where I am.
Okay, Catherine.
Unmute myself. Hi, I'm Catherine Rush. I teach at Spencerport High School, which is near Rochester, New York. So we're upstate. Things haven't hit us heavily yet, hopefully ever. But we, just like a lot of people, we went home on March 13th. We had been told for the last couple of days, be prepared. We don't know if school is going to close. March 13th, they said, no, our schools are remaining open. And March 14th, they said, nope, we're closed. So I had taken everything that I needed. I have almost all of my plans online. I use the readers in my classes, the Fluency Matters readers. So we were finishing up a book, but I had PDFs of everything, so I was able to organize all that. We're a one-to-one school, so every student has a school-provided computer. And my students hate it because some of them hate it. I use the computer in my classroom every day. We use Schoology, and so they have independent work for part of the class every day because we're on an 80-minute block. So I talked to them after the fact, and I said, I know some of you don't like that, but it completely prepared them for this situation because they know exactly where to go, how I'm going to set things up, how to go through everything. So we were told for the first couple of weeks not to do anything new. So I put the book on pause. I did review activities. Once we were allowed new work, I finished up the book. But my students are stressed. I mean, I teach 9th grade. So there's all the 9th grade hormonal things going on in addition to the French things going on. It's level 2 where we are because they take level 1 in middle school and then they take level 2 in 9th grade. So I usually do a book 4th quarter. I'm not doing the book because I leave my hardest book for last, and to try to have them do it independently is just not going to work. But the good thing is that I've taught all of our new grammar because I do present tense 1st quarter, past tense 2nd quarter, future tense 3rd quarter, and 4th quarter I combine everything. So I'm kind of lucky because it's worked out for me for that. Recently, I've started to reduce what I am requiring. We've been told by our district that we can give up to 3 hours of work per week per class. My students are telling me that it is taking them longer than that. They are also telling me that teachers, just don't have any awareness of how long things are going to take them. So I have moved to every week I'm doing grammar through Conjugamos, verb review through Conjugamos, and then I'm doing either a listening or a reading. So every week they have a verb tense to review and 1 listening or reading activity to do. This week it was lyrics training. And then they have 2 weeks to do a speaking for me. So they're supposed to prepare this week and then record and submit it next week. And then I'm going to alternate the 2-week speaking with a 2-week writing that'll do the same way. Here's your writing task, prepare 1 week, write it and present it and turn it in the next week. So that they don't, I just want to reduce their stress level. I have Zoom classes twice a week. I ask them to come to 1 just come to one so that you can ask questions. I walked them through the lyrics training, which we hadn't used in class. You know, and so it was like, just come to one. I don't want to stress them out. I had try to have them at different days and different times so that they can pop in. And that seems to be working pretty well. My school has directed us not to give percentage grades. We're only marking in the grade book whether they've turned something in or not. Which I like. I think that takes some of the pressure off the students as well, especially the ones who are like, I have to get a 98. You know, they're not freaking out that they got a 95. And you know, we're just muddling through. As of this point, we're stay at home until May 15th. I don't expect we're going back. Our school year doesn't end till the end of June. But as things are starting to settle down in New York City, they're ramping up upstate. So I don't expect it to be New York City levels, but I do expect that, you know, we're not going back. Hopefully September is what I'm hoping for.
Okay, let's go to Kimberly.
Hey everybody, bonjour. I teach at an independent K through 12 school in Indiana, and we closed down same time you all have. It sounds like, I can't remember the exact date, but we had a schedule in place. So we have been synchronous for 3 weeks. Week before spring break, then we had a 2-week spring break, and now we just finished our second week of synchronous classes. I meet with my students. I teach French 1, 3, 4, and AP. And I will tell you, I've been sitting on my butt on the computer for hours and hours and hours a day. And that's been the hardest part. I meet with my kids twice a week for 70 minutes each. So I on Zoom. So I'm really proficient with Zoom. We started out with Google Meet, and then we moved over to Zoom, which has been a better platform. My students love the breakout rooms. I'm putting them in breakout rooms with activities all the time. I make PowerPoints. They can open the PowerPoint on their learning management system. We use Moodle, and I just roll through the PowerPoints. They can roll with them with me, and I just have activities, and I keep them speaking as much as I possibly can. Yesterday, I did my first test, my first assessment with my students. That was interesting. We're not doing pass-fail. We're doing real grades. Since we're a college prep school, that's what the students wanted, because they wanted the colleges to be able to see that they're doing well. So we're on a quarter system, and we didn't see how we could average third quarter and fourth quarter. We're now in our fourth quarter. So the students elected to keep going with the grades. And so we're lucky because our kids are motivated and they're working. Testing was really interesting yesterday. I had 47 kids I was looking at them like you're looking at all of us right now, and I just watched them typing and speaking right into a microphone, and I use Linked to test them all. And I have not looked at the tests yet because I needed to take a break. So that's what we're doing right now.
Okay, thank you. Melanie?
Bonjour, everybody. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. Big public school district. We were not prepared for this. We don't have equitable technology access in our large district and a high poverty population of students. So the priority in our district has just been making sure kids have food and focusing on the seniors. So the district decided that, so we also had a tornado that happened right before this. And so we had missed a week of school due to the tornado. I'm in 2 different schools, a middle school and a high school. And the middle school was severely damaged in the tornado. And we had an army of people move us into a new school building and took those kids from that building and moved them in with another small enrollment school, which nobody was happy about. But then we got ourselves moved in and set up in a new school building to finish the year. We had 3 days in that school, just starting to get the kids acclimated from kind of the trauma. And then we just immediately shut down because of coronavirus. So it's a hot mess here in Nashville. We are not able to give grades. It's very optional. We are encouraged. I'm in 2 magnet schools. So, our students are more motivated and checking in, but we have teachers who are still teaching via Zoom. And then we have teachers like me that are just kind of like right in the middle, just barely trying to stay afloat and put something out there once a week for them to do. And then we have teachers who are doing absolute zilch because it's just a huge school district. And so just feeling really overwhelmed. I have 2 kids at home, a 10-year-old and a 3-year-old. So I can't work from home. That doesn't work very well for me. I'm trying to sneak in like an hour here and there. But we didn't have a plan in our district. We didn't have like one-to-one. So they were just focused on getting the seniors graduated and saying that their last day of school was March 11th. If they were in good standing as of March 11th, they can graduate. If they weren't, let's get them some laptops and let's get them on the Edgenuity platform and get them graduated. We just decided to close in Tennessee for the rest of the school year. So all I'm doing is offering a Zoom session once a week, and I'm not having super great turnout. I would say maybe about 30% of my kids, because, you know, nothing's required. So I have a lot of French children's books at home. So I'm just reading them a story on Zoom and just checking in. Our district is really focused on the SEL, social emotional learning, and just checking in with them. And then we just started using EMC this year for our curriculum, Té Blanchet. And this has forced me to explore the website better and create a few lessons on there with some online activities that the kids can do. So I've just put that out there. Here's an option. Here's the Quizlets from everything that we've already learned so far. And you can tune in once a week and check in with me and I'll read you a story on Zoom. But it doesn't feel like enough. I'm struggling with that. Like I'm not doing enough. I'm not enough, like feeling right now. So it's just working from home and trying to find a balance and take care of small creatures that depend on me. It's crazy.
So I was told that we only have 3 minutes left. So the rest of you, if you want to unmute and just talk and say what you have to say until we get called back into the main room.
I would like to ask Kimberly a question. My name is Mary Ellen Letter. I teach in Northern Virginia in a private independent school, pre-K through 8.
Mm-hmm.
When we were using Google Meet because of issues with privacy concerns for Zoom. When did you switch from Google Meet to Zoom? How quickly did you make the transition?
We had like a day.
Oh my God, because my husband's in charge of technology at his school and he's the only guy. Yeah. And it's incredibly difficult to set it up in such a short period of time. I'm just missing the group work, the individual conversations and response. It's so dead in the Google Meet. I mean, and my kids are not bad kids, but I'm feeling that loss of interaction. So you're feeling Zoom is much better for that?
Absolutely, absolutely. And even yesterday when I had 40 some kids in a group, I was able to, if a kid had a question, I was able to put them in an individual group with me and I can answer their question where nobody
yeah.
bothered. I'm happy with Zoom. The only problem is you can't record. You
Right,
can't.
yeah, yes. Okay, so you can record.
And we don't record because of privacy issues.
Right, because our school is making us record the sessions and we're putting them on our learning grids. We have to turn lesson plans every day.
Ooh.
So
No, we don't. Record, the names don't pop up when you do a recording.
But
no, I understand that, but they want to record them in case the kids miss a class.
Right, and we always record. I always record. So when I remember, I shouldn't say always.
Why can't Zoom record? It's just not a feature?
No, it's a feature, but we were told not to for privacy issues because.
Oh, I see. I get it. Thank you so much.
Are being projected, and we're not allowed to do that. It also takes up a lot of space on your computer when you do that, and it takes up space on our learning management system. So.
Topics going on, like we varied from talking about motivation. We're talking some about what tools were working, what wasn't working, ways that we could even get our students to reflect more on their learning and how that could help us with more student choice, which might lead to more buy-in into the lessons to help with engagement. we talked about even just the time that we're allowed to see our students and how it's problematic, where some of us are getting a lot of time to see them and some people have very little contact that they're allowed to have with our students. So it was a lot to digest, but I think we're all feeling better based on our discussions.
That's good. Thank you so much. Yeah,
You're
that's the thing,
welcome.
is sometimes just saying it out loud to another French teacher, not the Spanish teacher, not the English teacher. They have different worlds than we do because we are strong together. Nathan, what do you have to bring out?
Sure. So like Katie's group, my group is very diverse as well. We had from preschool all the way through post-secondary and a variety of modalities going on, whether it be asynchronous teaching or synchronous teaching. And one thing that you know, I like to remind everybody in this situation is this is an emergency that was unplanned for, that we're all just figuring it out. In a real good distance learning program, you've got months to prepare for that, to get your resources together, to get your platforms right, and we're just figuring it out on the fly. So if people get salty with us, we have to just remind them this is an emergency and we are doing our best. But you know, one of the speakers brought up all of the restrictions that sort of, you know, you get going with something and then the you know, school district will say you can't do this, or the union says you can't do this, and so there's all of these additional constraints being placed upon us that just make a tough situation even tougher. And so God bless us all to get through this.
Thank you, Nathan. I'm just all like, yeah, thank you. Justin, what do you have to share?
So we actually didn't get through everybody because we had people who were saying such good things that we didn't have time to finish. But what was said was, again, we're all in different places. We all have different situations, not only in the ways that we were able to reach out to our students, but also in the students that we have. And there is no right answer. So as long as you are doing what you can personally do, you are doing the right thing, because at this point there are no wrong answers.
There are no wrong answers. Well, nobody, I think everyone knows Noah Geisling, he shared something on Twitter saying, you know, no student ever died from poor language learning. And I thought, well, maybe slightly, but you know, I know he was trying to lift me up with that idea, but some days it does feel like it's not going to be our best, but there's no perfect solution on that. Thank you, Justin. Teresa?
Hey, hi. So we had a really nice mix of people who were all like facing different situations, but it's interesting that they all really seem to have a growth mindset about trying new things and about switching over to distance learning. Some of the concerns we talked about was the fact that, you know, some kids don't have computers. And I think out of all of us, only 2 of us had been really charged with contacting our students to find out what kind of technology they had. In some places, the districts themselves are the ones taking that on. Another thing we talked about is about how we get our identity out of what we do. And so then we make like these really awesome lessons, and it kind of like it goes out, we feel like it goes out into the void and it may or may not ever come back. So we're not getting that same kind of sense of accomplishment that we used to, like when we were actually in the classroom. So you can definitely like talk to the other teachers that are in this group or in your online PLCs, because we do want to hear about the things that you're doing, because we are dorky like that and we love, you know, and maybe it might not be like a big win for today, but it can be used in the future. And especially all these wonderful distance learning lessons that you're writing now will really come in handy even if we're back in the classroom later, because if you go to a conference or if you're out for a day, now you already have something like boom pre-made for next year. So that's going to be great. Another thing we talked about was concerns about teachers maybe not coming back next year, about how is the administration handling your contracts? Like, are you coming back? Are you not coming back? One teacher in the Philadelphia area was telling us that there's actually a hiring freeze.
Yes.
And then another teacher was talking about how they came back the same day from a strike as the day that they found out that there was not going to be school. So they haven't seen their students in ages. And then the last thing, oh no, I already talked about that growth mindset of transitioning to online. So yeah, we had like a really nice, fruitful conversation, and I just want to reiterate that we're all here to support one another.
So I'll take a quick thing. Maybe you've got all the pictures up. I'm gonna stop sharing for just a second. I want to show you everybody here. It's not everybody because there's several pages, right? Several pages of us. How many of you are part of the French Teachers in the USA Facebook group? Okay, quite a bit. Okay, so you recognize Teresa and me, and how many of you are on the AATF Facebook page that you've liked us? Oh, make sure you like, oh, Pam, make sure you like us. Okay, we're here as a group. This is one place we can meet. Facebook is another. We'll talk about other places. So go back to the share. And there's a great chat screen going. So if you are into chat, please definitely, throw out your ideas. I know a couple people are moderating down there. One thing I heard as I was popping in and out of all the groups was the word closures. Our school is closed. How many of you are still working? School is not closed. School is going on. Our buildings are closed. Our teachers and our students are together. Okay, so it's that word that's being used, and I don't want our communities to think that teachers aren't out there making their paychecks. How many of you are working more than you had anticipated would be necessary? Okay, yeah, give me everything you got. Our messaging needs to be clear that we are doing so much, so very, very much. And I feel like we can do that good, saying, oh, my school's closed, but we can say our school's transitioned into. It's that wording that we're using. So thank you for all those thoughts. We're gonna go into our second chat room, and I'm gonna show you what this looks like. I'm gonna minimize my screen here. Da, 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 da. Okay, you most likely answered the poll. And if you didn't, don't worry about it, because I have a special way to make that happen anyway. So these are the rooms. Teresa's gonna be in room 1. Justin's going to be in room 2. Nathan is in 3. Heidi is in 4, and Katie is in 5.
And like somebody just mentioned, all of the breakout rooms will be recorded, and by Tuesday next week, hopefully Catherine will have them put together so you can watch the breakout rooms for today's sessions or for yesterday's sessions. We didn't quite figure out the recording for the breakout rooms on Friday, but
thank you.
That should be helpful.
Bonjour. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, y'all can see my screen, my video, or my very colorful thing here. Okay, so what I'm talking about is asynchronous planning for the week, because it's really hard sometimes to be able to get all the students on video chat at the same time, and also it's just exhausting being able to teach online in the video. Like, you have to admit, you always keep looking at yourself. You're like, oh, what's going on with my hair, and that kind of stuff, and this is extra inner monologue that you probably don't need. But what I have done is put this together for you to help make it a little easier. So I'm Teresa Flock, and basically I just want to help you not be quite so stressed out. And also I want to give you something that'll make your admins happy. My admins were super excited to see these documents, and they've actually kind of rolled them out to other teachers, and I will be the first one to tell you I didn't make it in the first place. I borrowed it. So if you want, you can find me at Teresa Flock on Twitter, or just teresaflock.com. You can find anything there. So the tool I'm going to show you is using Google Slides, where you create a whole week's worth of lessons, and the students work through it on their own pace and just submit it at the end of the week. And so I borrowed it from Teresa Marima, who is in the CI for French Teachers group. She also has written some CI readers, so you might recognize her name. And so really at any time, there's no problem with sharing resources or using something that you find on a website or in a group, but do give credit to where it came from. So what I'm doing is I'm planning for the whole week. Like say on a Thursday, I submit it on Friday to my administrators, and they usually go, yay. I don't know if they're really looking at it or not, but they seem to have liked it. And that way, during the week, I can just concentrate on giving feedback. I'm not having to create new things. And just keep in mind that if you do use outside apps, like say you use Flipgrid or you use Yabla or anything else, all these wonderful things that are suddenly being thrown at you, like free subscription for this, free subscription for that, yay, 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 that you'll have to just go there to look at the work, because obviously it's not going to populate in your sheets. And I'm going to show you hands-on what all this looks like in a second. But before I do that, I really want to tell you, whatever level of technology you're using, whatever apps you're using, everything you're doing is really, it's enough. You don't have to go out and learn something brand new just to be like a good teacher. Use the tech that you already know. You probably do have access to things that you've already used before with success. You can adapt anything you want, usually to the things that you like. And then there's some things that you're going to click on and you're going to be like, oh, I just don't get this. And that's okay. For example, I have been given access to the French teacher playground from Etienne in Canada like 8,000 times. He's so kind and keeps offering it to me, and it just doesn't click for me somehow. I'm not really sure what order to do things in or whatever, so I just always go, thank you so much for that, and I just don't use it. And that's all right. He's a big sweetheart. He puts together like Kahoots for everybody to do all at the same time across the world. And I just never seem to be able to get on there at the same time as they do. And so I just don't feel bad about it. I'm like, well, it's just not my thing. And that's all right. And there's going to be things that aren't your thing. And that's totally fine. Oops, I'm not to that part yet. Okay. So, my husband actually just texted me, what are you doing today? I'm busy. Okay, so I'm going to show you what it looks like when I actually assign these things. So I go into my Google Classroom. I have a lot of them. I use them for organizing all kinds of things. So like, for example, I had this beautiful opera trip and this beautiful ballet trip planned, and it got canceled. Sadness. So for example, here is my French 1 class, or French 2 at this time, because it's 1 in the first half of the semester and 2 in the second part. So in Google Classroom, you've got a stream where it has like your most current news. It's tempting to put everything in here, but the problem is things bump out of the way, kind of like on Facebook, how the most recent thing comes to the top. So I always put a thing right here at the top that says click the classwork tab to see your assignments, because what they'll do is they'll say, oh, well, I went in Google Classroom and I couldn't see my assignments, or it wasn't in my things coming up due. Well, if it's already past due, dude, it's not going to show up in your upcoming. So you have to click your classwork. So when you make an assignment, you can actually give it like the a heading. You can organize it. So I've been organizing everything by distance learning, and you can see like where everything is due and what day. So for example, This was French 2, and let's say the very first week that we did distance learning. I'm going to be giving you this template as well. So when you make the assignment, like I gave all the directions, that you'll get a copy of this week's presentation, you're going to edit it, every student will get their own copy, you're going to edit it and submit it on Friday. And there's additional items to do within the presentation, and there's a link for homework. And then we were getting ready to do the National French Contest, and they were going to be doing it by Zoom. Okay, so let me show you how you actually assign it. You go create assignment, and then I would call it distance learning, whatever week it is. And then here is where you add. I always keep my things in Google Drive. Because I do that, they're able to get their own copies. So let's say I'm putting this in here. Well, no, I want to do the actual one. Okay. And then I'll put my instructions, you know, by now they know how to do it. I don't have to write that whole spiel. It's just, you know, edit your presentation and turn in on Friday. Now right here, this is the vital part. I have to change this to make a copy for each student. That's the vital part, so that they're able to edit it themselves, and whatever they have, they can turn in at the end of the week. So I make my due date for the end of the week, and I make my topic distance learning. You can make your topics whatever you want. You can even add a new one if you want it under create topic. As you can see, we used to have a lot of really cool topics, but now life is just distance learning for us. And then I'll click assign. I don't really want to assign this one because they'll get very confused if I do that right now. So I'll let you see what it looks like. Let me do one where they should have already turned some in though, so that you can see what it looks like. So this week here, I have 11 who've turned it in. Hooray! I have 2 that I've already graded. So I'm going to, and look at you guys. Look, that was due April 17th. I haven't graded it yet. Oh my gosh. Because, well, honestly, I mean, they just now turned them in. But I'm not beating myself up for having not graded them yet. I'm just getting to them when I get to them. So let's look at Lanaya. Don't tell her I did this with y'all. Actually, she's fine. I've already asked her if I can show her work. So this is the document. This week was Easter. So we start with a, this week I didn't really have a Monday because we had Easter break. But each day of the week, the person who created this already had it set up to where she had it set for each day of the week. And I'm giving you like a fresh one from her first week that I haven't edited. So there's a note from me, and then these are the things that you're going to do today. And these little stars are kept over on this side on the right, and when they finish, they're supposed to click and drag the star over to show that they did it. So it's really good because they have this very structured what I'm supposed to do. Now this looks like a lot of work, but it's really chunked into little tiny things. Like look at the new vocabulary. I have it hyperlinked, like from this, if I click on this, it'll take me right to that slide. So this is the new vocabulary. It's not that much. This one's all related to Stromae. Signing up for Yabla. So they click on this and it takes them to how to sign up for Yabla. And I've got like detailed instructions on how to do that. And then these 2 things are just doing an exercise on Yabla. Okay. So they go to Tuesday, they can just step through, they can go from this slide or they can just go step by step through each slide. So here's like how to do Yabla. And I've got this little bitmoji of me like on almost every slide going, hey y'all, we're having a quiz Friday. We're having a quiz Friday. Like every day, we're having a quiz Friday, because they'll forget. And of course all the days run together. So see, there I am again. Annoying. Then we go to Wednesday, and I have another little note for them, their little checklist of things you're going to do. Hey, you have a quiz Friday. Reminder about the vocabulary. These are the things we're doing today. So this is how you do the activity. And then I also threw in lyrics training on this day. And so I put in like a little question, like, what was your best score when you went in on intermediate? Were you able to even try to play advanced? What about expert? And so then this is where she wrote in and told what her experience was with that. And then I like to put like a little reflection piece on Thursdays or Wednesdays or Thursdays, somewhere in the middle of the week, so that I have time to talk to them about that. Also, over here, I go through each day and I just check to see that they did what they were supposed to do. So Wednesday and Thursday were complete. And so I just get that each day and I type in that I saw that they did their work. So let's see. Tuesday and Wednesday were complete. Let's look at Thursday. Did she do it? Yes, she did her Thursday stuff. They were reviewing the conditional. So I'm going to put Thursday complete and just post. And through Google Classroom, she'll get like a little thing that shows that, oh, on April 18th, Madam Flock checked your Thursday work and you're complete. Let's look at Friday. Did she finish Friday? We do free choice reading on Fridays. So she told me she read this thing called La Grande Fête de la Famille de Maria, and then for 20 minutes. And then she had a quiz today. And I actually used this for French 4 and French 2 this week because I didn't feel like writing the same stuff for two different classes. So I just differentiated it. Because I felt like my French 4 needed a review on conditional, and this class was just learning conditional. So that's how I did that. One was... Oh, okay. So she let me know that she was already using préféré in the conditional. So that's nice. So let me show you like how some of the links work when you go outside of... So I sent them to Yabla. Oh, it thinks that I'm a student. Hang on. Okay, so Yabla gave out free things, and it's one of the ones that I was always like, well, this is a really expensive one. I'm going to check it out. I don't know that it's really worth the money, but I can make assignments, and I can go in and see if they did them on time and how much they did. So this particular one was about Stromae, and there was like a multiple choice activity. There was a vocab activity. There was a fill in the blank activity. There was a scribe activity where they like listen to it and they write what they hear, kind of like a little dictée. So, ma'am?
Hi, I'm
Hi.
sorry to interrupt, but
That's
I
good.
signed up for Yabla, and so when you opened this up, I was like, oh, I might have somebody I can actually ask a question.
Sure.
So my student's chart looks very similar to this. And I understand that the green means they completed the activity, the gray that they didn't. The white, though, like when it just has a number in it, or like these here with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s, do you know what that means? Like if you were trying to give like a completion grade, do you know what that means?
I really don't. It looks like they didn't meet what they were supposed to do at all. Because a 1 isn't any. I said that they had to have they had to do at least twice on mine. So the 1 means she didn't do it. The 282 isn't high enough because I set it for 400 points. So I think it's that they failed it.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's not a problem. Anyway, so you can make assignments. These are the assignments that I made. and you can even turn on or off subtitles. But regardless, this isn't like really a Yabla thing, but I just wanted to let you know that you can go in, you have to, like, if it's something that you put into your presentation, you're going to have to go back out to see what they made. Okay. So let me go back to, that's not the one. Oh, it totally, like when I went to Yabla, it took me totally out of my thing. Okay, out of my students' document. It used the same window. That's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna, okay, so that's one of the weeks. Let me show you what we do for homework. So from the very first day, I always put homework is due Friday. The homework is asynchronous as well. I created a Google form. And I call it Adventures in Homework because they get to choose what they want. And then I just renamed this one Social Distancing Edition. But usually it looks just like this all the time. And I use the same homework assignment for all my classes all year long, so this was a really easy transition for them. I differentiate it by class. So French 2 students will write a minimum 5 complete sentences in French as a reflection of the activity that they did, and French 4 will write a minimum of 10 complete sentences. So I have a choice list of all the things that they can possibly do. I'll show you that in a second. So they usually choose something from the choice list. They come in here, they write their name. Even though I have it set up to pull their email address because we do have Google email at my school. For some reason, like, sometimes they'll sign on with their personal email and it'll be like, you know, darklord324@gmail.com. And I'm like, well, who is that? So I always have them put their actual name. And then which class period you're in and what activity did you choose. So whatever activity they chose, they usually just cut and paste the title of what I gave them. What's the week ending date? So like this week ending date would be the 24th. And then this is where they write their reflection, and I only have it worth 10 points. And so they'll write, if they're French 2, they're 5 sentences. If they're French 4, they're 10 sentences. I am not a super stickler for grammar and spelling in this part because really I'm just looking for communication and that they actually had an experience related to creating the why behind their why they want to, you know, learn French. And then I have them initial to say that they didn't just type everything into a translator and cut and paste it in. So that later when I'm like, oh my gosh, this is riddled with the passé simple, clearly you didn't do this work yourself, I have this little thing where you said you weren't going to do that. So that's like a little insurance policy for me when I want to give them a 0 on something because it's clearly not their own work. And then I go to the admins and I go, well, look, right here, they said it was their own work, but there's absolutely no way it could be their own work. All right, so now I'm going to show you what the choices are. Please don't get overwhelmed. Okay, so this is my homework choice list. I explain again why they have it is to help with their why they learn French. This has a link that takes them back to the Google form. Yes, Missy?
I have a question, but I want you to finish this first and then come back to me. It's about the template that you just showed us before.
Okay.
I'll just keep it up.
All right, no problem. So this is a living document. I'm always adding stuff to it. For example, how is COVID-19 affecting the Francophone world? You know, when speaking a new language, what matters is your attitude, not your accuracy, and read this article to find out why. So typically they'll just like cut and paste the name of whatever it is, and then they'll go into their form and figure it out. there's something for everyone. You know, how can a video game help restore the Notre Dame in Paris? So there's things like streaming a film. There's things like looking at memes, watching cartoons, history, like about the Haitian Revolution, or Télé Français, so you can learn that les ananas ne parlent pas. I have hundreds. I mean, I'm just all the time adding things to this list. You'll have access to this too. I mean, really, 6 pages of 10-point font, 9-point font. I mean, come on. Okay, yes, Ruth?
Yes, I was just wondering, how do you ensure that they don't repeat something? Like, how do you keep track of all that?
I'm about to show you. Yeah, and it's kind of honor system-y, but so they'll cut and paste their thing. They'll come over here. They'll put it in here and they'll do it, right? And then they submit it. Let me show you what it looks like when they submit it. So you get like the little pen at the bottom and you can go into your editing. You can see that I've had 39 students submit their homework so far. That's not bad. So I click on the responses. I can see the overall who's done it. And you can see that I've graded them, and I'm going to show you how I've graded most of them. But see, I haven't graded this one. So I'm going to go into theirs. You can tab through individually, or you can click the person off of the summary. And so I'm going to look and see what Zoe did. Do you know any celebrities who speak French? See how they're ranked. Okay, let's see what she said. Je ne savais pas Bradley Cooper parle. Okay, so she made a mistake, but il parle bien français. Il est et son accent est très impressionnant. J'étais étonnée. So I'm going to go ahead and give her a 10 because I could understand what she was trying to tell me. Things were a little, you know, maybe misplaced or whatever, but I get to give her feedback, and in the long run, she's going to learn from this way more than if I was like, you got this wrong, you got that wrong. Just like if you were speaking to somebody in real life, you know, they might model back to you in speaking versus actually just saying, hey, you're wrong. And then she signed it to show me that she didn't cheat. So I've got the 10 there. So I'm going to release her score. Oh, I've already released this one. That's weird. I think there's a glitch because that says Mirica. And that is Zoe. Huh, interesting. Let's look at Lanaya. She's another person who gave me permission. Social grace and good manners are important. So she said, les traditions sont différentes du pays à pays. France ne fait pas exception. This is a girl in French too, and she's like one of those super overachievers. Je ne penserai pas à faire. Il y a beaucoup de règles, okay? So I think she did a great job. I would put in her feedback that I would want to give her, and then I would put the point value in here, and then save it, and then I'll release the score, and she'll get like a little note that says, Madam Flock graded your homework. I can go through these one by one, or I can even like click here and download a spreadsheet. But for any feedback and stuff that I'm going to give and releasing scores, I have to do it right in here. So I tend not to go to the spreadsheet unless I just want to create a spreadsheet so I can see it for putting it into my normal grade book for the district. Okay, so did you want Missy to ask a question at this point, or?
Sure. I'm actually going back to the original template that you
Sure.
showed us. Just some feedback on it is that I saw when, I think you had originally posted it, and then I saw that. I saw Teresa, the other Teresa's original one too, so I took it, and I've been using it the last couple of weeks, and I've been, like you, putting like sort of your own content in and kind of making it work. The kids are obsessed with it. They love it. They love the fact that they can go through and see each day what they have to do, and they can work ahead if they want. They can do it all at the same time. It's up to them. Anyway, fabulous. I love it. But my question is, I don't do, we're going to get kicked out. I don't grade, I don't have them make a copy of it. I just do things on Google Forms. Is that like a personal preference of you to just kind of grade it have them make their own copy?
Yeah, because I have the forms as well for individual things. But for the overall, I use that so that I can keep track that they're doing things daily.
Okay, because I have it like set to them. They turn it in, they do a form. But I mean, I guess it's just whatever works for us. But I didn't know if there was something
Well, and
new
just
that I'm using with the copy.
well, just like my homework is a form. And then I do like some flip grids or different things like that, whatever again you're comfortable with. But doing this asynchronously, like for a whole week at a time, it really takes a lot of the stress off of you as well as off of them. So we're about to be gone in 8 seconds. So it was a pleasure having you in here. Merci. Bonne journée.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
So as you all kind of show up, and I think there might be one or two more people who will be joining us. Why I am leading this is I am one of 4 French teachers at my school, and kind of figuring out where things are going to be at the beginning of the school year, because even if we are still teaching and holding students accountable during this time, we know that the learning that is happening is not the same as it would be in our classrooms. And for some of our school districts, learning is not being held accountable, that either grades are frozen or students can improve their grade, but nothing can hurt them. And some students just don't have access to learning or have other things going on in their lives that they just can't. And so not only knowing where my kids are going to be going into next year, but figuring out the kids that I have coming in, where they are going to be in this whole process. And that the loss of 3 months of school is a big deal. And I think that the expectation that we can just squeeze it into next year, and instead of review, some of it's new, yeah, that's great, but you aren't going to be able to fit everything in. This is the 3rd day that I have led this conversation, and basically every place else has come with, if you have students who are in 6th grade now, this is going to trickle through their learning until they graduate from high school. That this time is a unique emergency event, and having the expectation that you can fit all of what they're missing into next fall, depending on if or how we go back in the fall, is kind of an impossible dream. So if you want to share kind of what your situation is, if you're the only French teacher, what your thoughts are, what you are currently able to do with your students, and where you see yourself starting in the fall. And just go for it. You don't have to raise your hand or anything, just go for it.
Wow, okay. I guess I'll start. I'm in New York State right now. We're scheduled to go back May 15th, which makes me laugh every time I think about it. So I'm concerned about what I would even do if I was to go back on May 15th, like where to pick up. I'm the only French teacher in district, so I have levels 1 through, we do IB instead of AP. And thankfully, that's good news. Oh, I know exactly where I'll have left off with students. But I was actually just contemplating, like, can I start with maybe like a simple reader and use the reader to go through and use that, and like one day, read like X amount of pages and then use it to discuss, hey, what do we remember about, adjectives, or what do we, just as something, so it's not just like, well, let's start back at level 1 and go through everything all over again. I was trying to think of a more interesting way to do it. So that's kind of what I was thinking.
That makes a lot of sense. I think that would be a good way to do it. I am actually in a middle school. I don't know if I said that before, my other deal. And I do French 7 and French 8, which is 7th grade and 8th grade. Part 1 and Part 2 is basically what it is. And so I'm the only French teacher. I'm also a Spanish teacher. So I do the second part of Spanish and 1 and 2 of French. And so I'm kind of worried about retention of my 7th graders. They're not as responsive as my 8th graders are. They've had one last year. They're kind of clueless about how to get on the platforms and things like that. I'm going to have to get parents more involved, more than likely. But we are going to be ending up with a reader at the end of the 7th grade year, if we even get there for the 7th grade. In 8th grade, we have a reader also. So that's our end of our year. We are currently doing African folk tales with our 8th graders. And that's been kind of fun. I mean, we were going to start next week. I can tell you how it goes, but little bit by little bit. So we're kind of going not as much stuff, giving more grace. Our group has gone more to, well, the district has gone to like standards-based. So it's either they meet standard or they don't meet standard. So any assessment we have is just going to be like no grades. Did they meet it or did they not meet it? So they got 70 or above. And I'm in Texas, so it's 70 or above. And it's taken the pressure off there. So, and no big deal. You need to meet standard, you do it again. And that's part of our policy anyways. And you just have to have a mindset of grace. You know, these kids are going to do as best as they can. And that's all you can expect right now. And then going next year, you just know this is where I left off. We've done most everything we needed to do. So next year, I understand that it's not going to be perfect. Okay?
Well, I'll jump in with school has been canceled for the whole state of Michigan for the rest of this school year. And I'm just having trouble seeing and imagining how we'll go back in the fall, as there will not yet be a vaccine. I teach in a private school. They come from all over the country. So as we think about the country coming back sort of region by region, what is that going to mean for us? And just how are we going to, even as a whole country, how are schools going to be able to go back to school in the fall?
Yeah, I agree with Teresa. I mean, I think that's, for me, we just got the announcement yesterday that we're not going back at all this year, but it was totally expected.
Right.
On my part, like everything that I hear from all the other districts around the country, you know, made me know that we're probably not going back to school this year. And, you know, yeah, realistically, how can they get all the students back to school in the fall? What's going to be different? Really nothing, as far as we know, unless they come up with some miraculous treatment between now and then. So, so my concern is, based on what I'm seeing now, the lack of engagement on the students' parts for whatever reason. I mean, clearly some of them have legitimate reasons not to be engaged in learning right now, but that can't continue on just through the next school year. And I fully anticipate that we'll be in some version of distance learning probably for the foreseeable future. And so what does that mean? How do we get them engaged, and how do we continue, like, how do we get the kids to continue learning? I've had some success with the asynchronous stuff. The synchronous stuff is a total bomb.
Hi, my name is Zoe Petropoulou. I teach in the New York City area, college level. So I want to echo your concerns also. First of all, this is an area that is hit a lot, and my students definitely, their families, immediate families are hit. So one issue is the whole morale right now, but what is it going to look for the fall? What the retention is going to look for the fall for the French classes and also for the colleges. Then how do we engage them? What our learning objectives are going to be, and what tools are we going to use? to engage them, maybe in a different way. I have been using this semester synchronous and asynchronous teaching, and also peer-to-peer, because I want them to be engaged with each other, because I think they can learn a lot from each other. But I have lost many students too, and I'm trying to get them back if possible now. So I don't even know how it's going to be in the fall. But I think that over the summer, I have to think harder for the tools I'm going to use, or how I'm going to change the learning objectives. Another way, and I was lucky to do one of my classes, I have been using virtual exchange. So my students are connected to students from the University of Nantes, and they're also going through a lot. And which means, you know, many students are not being engaged, or they have Wi-Fi issues. So at the same time, it's challenging, but it's a great tool for me to tap on. So there are, I really don't know how I'm going to deal with everything in the fall.
I'm Linda. I teach at University High School in Champaign, Illinois, and we're a unit of the University of Illinois as well. So we have high school students, but we also have to abide by the university's expectations. And I put this stuff in the chat for our breakout room already. And part of what we are looking at in the fall that we had already started planning was going to a block schedule, or a hybrid block schedule. So currently, we are teaching in our remote sessions, we are teaching 4 days of the week instead of 5. Or our school is in session for 4 days, and the 5th day is for teacher planning. And we are only meeting our students twice a week. So it's sort of getting us prepared for block scheduling, because we won't have our students every day. So this is a positive in a small way, but we only have them for 55 minutes now. And when we go to block scheduling, obviously we'll have them for a little bit longer. So again, I don't know whether we will be back in session in our physical building, but this is sort of like our transition learning for the teachers too, to try to figure out how to make the most of synchronous time, and then learn how to be better about our asynchronous teaching tools as well.
One thing that I have really been thinking about since yesterday, right before the webinar started, when our governor said that we were not going back this year, is that when I plan for next year, every activity that I plan, I need to make sure that it can be done online or in the class, because it could be either way. And right now there's no way for me to plan that. So just make sure that all of my planning could be either or. So I think that's a good approach to take, because we don't know. So as you are making those changes, as you are saying what is an essential benchmark, what is not, and then creating the activities to teach the things that you need to teach, just be conscious of, can this be done online, and can this be done in a classroom? Because otherwise you might be planning things that you might not be able to use. So, other thoughts?
I think that's a great idea. So far, what I've been learning now, I'm like, how can I use this in the classroom? Because it's given me much more engagement. Just like when we are in the classroom, I think the kids will be enjoying it more, because they're using the ed puzzles, the Padlets. You know, that's much better than not doing that. And then what's essential? We have a lot of stuff in our curriculum that's very kind of rigid, but there might be 1 or 2 things we don't need, and just focus on chunking it, getting it smaller so they can understand it better. And that's where I think it's important.
Yeah, I'm already using, I'm not using anything new. I was already using Edpuzzles in class and already using Padlets, and I'm using my Google Classroom already. What I'm trying to wrap my head around is how to get the interpersonal piece in a distance learning environment. Like that's it. Like that's the piece that's going to be missing. And is it going to be just because we're on standards-based grading, and so we have interpretive, interpersonal, and presentational. Am I just really going to throw out interpersonal for as long as we're in the distance learning environment? That's my difficulty. I can't, I'll hold a Zoom, and out of my 112 students, I'll see 2.
And I think for the rest of this year, just dropping the interpersonal, it's a completely okay thing to do because we were not prepared for this. We weren't able to plan it. But for when we go back in the fall, if we are still remotely teaching, that is something that we will need to figure out. And the AATF is here to help you figure that out, because we're all in the same boat. So we are here to help you, just know that. But like I said earlier, there are no wrong answers in this time. So do what you have to do the best that you can, and that's all that anybody can ask.
Yeah, I use Flipgrid also for just, to assess their interpersonal. They'll have them record a conversation. So I tried doing it where they'll post a statement and then respond to each other. But again, the engagement's not there. If I can get them all together in a classroom and I can pair them up and have them have a conversation, that works. But asynchronously, it's not happening. And so I don't know if anybody's got any ideas on how to get that engagement piece going, because, if it's asynchronous and they can do it whenever, the timing isn't the issue. It's the motivation. I mean, and I know there's other outside pressures on my students, like preventing them from really engaging, but I've tried several different things to try to get them to, just a 10-15 second recording, and I can't even get them to do that.
Have you tried to pair your students so they can also get engaged from each other and learn from each other? What I did in both classes, I tried to mix the levels. So a weak student can get some help from, a student who's more motivated, who works more responsible, and this way keep them all going. That's one of the efforts. Didn't work all the time, but sometimes it did. They didn't feel as isolated this way.
I think the engagement piece going back in the fall is also going to be a challenge, because if we are still remotely teaching, we all are used to creating that culture for learning in our classroom, inside those 4 walls, and then this happened. And engagement, I think, dropped for everybody. Like, even if you are still getting things from all of your students, it's probably not what you would get inside of the classroom. And so how to engage them in the fall if you aren't back in your classroom is another thing that is something that's going to be a real challenge, because if there was the drop in accountability and it's just pass fail, or it doesn't matter, it can't hurt you, going forward that can't be the case forever. But yeah, it's it's going to be a challenge, I think, no matter what. I think even if we are back in our classrooms, it's just going to be a lot of being there for our students, because this is a traumatic experience that we will have lived through. I saw a funny thing on Facebook that was talking about, like, attendance in history in real life is not optional. Like, everybody is living through this. And so just to respond to that and address their needs, and just make sure that we are getting to them what we need to get to them, but also being sensitive to, this is a hard time. And not just for them, it's hard for us. So.
Well, and the other thing is the students that I've had, because I teach multiple levels, that's not going to be a problem. But I'm going to get a crop of second years that had first year with another teacher, and I'm not going to know them. So trying to get to know students in the distance learning environment. I don't have any experience with that. I don't know if anybody else has.
Could treat it like we're doing our breakout sessions here. We don't know each other. We take a little bit of time to introduce ourselves at the beginning and just give them a model of how you would introduce yourself, and then see what they say. And then that sort of gives you a gauge of what their speaking level is and what their varied vocabulary is. And then you can send them off in small breakout rooms and join them and listen in smaller sessions where it's not so intimidating. I teach 3 and 4, so I don't get the 1s and 2s until level 3, even though we're in the same school building. It takes a week or so in a normal setting to sort of get to know where they are and being able to start teasing them. And I have a feeling that in a distance learning, if you can be visually connected to them and you can have those small breakout rooms of some sort, that it might happen a little bit faster.
So one thing is, you asked that, and then as you were answering, it might be a good idea for the AATF to reach out to teachers who are distance teachers and have them do a webinar on how to get to know your students, because that's something that might be incredibly helpful. So if that looks like something that will be happening in the fall, and I don't want to be pessimistic, but I don't want to be too optimistic, that is definitely something that I will bring up, that because I'm sure that there are members that are distance teachers, and so engaging them to help all of us do what they already know how to do, because it's something that's not part of a classroom teacher's skill set. So it's on my list.
If there was a way for AATF to curate a list of teachers who are doing distance learning only synchronously or only asynchronously, that then they could connect together with other teachers, and maybe they can do that through the Facebook page or through the French Teachers US page, but being able to network that way with people who are in similar situations, to be able to bounce ideas off of each other. I don't know how to make that happen, but that would be useful.
Also on the list.
Maybe another also tool, because it is a tool, it's not just for the whole, year or semester or month. The virtual exchange as a tool to teach in a language class. And I know there are out there many language teachers who are using virtual exchange that is embedded in classes. So that could also help our students' engagement.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Virtual exchange is something that started many years ago. It's almost 20 years ago in Europe, but also in the US with the SUNY schools. It started this state universities in the New York area. And this is an embedded virtual program where you set up a faculty member or a teacher from one place matches another from a different country or a different university or a different school. And they have common goals and they put activities together and they put students to work virtually together. So the students can meet on WhatsApp or on Skype and have a specific activity. For me, it's in French on specific themes, and that has helped somehow the engagement in one of my classes. So I have partnered with somebody from Nantes in France. So my students work with her students. Her students learn English, my students learn French. So they have a time where they work in English and the time they work in French. So that has helped my class a lot.
All right, and that is calling us back. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you back in the main room.
Our portfolios. So I'm going to just share my screen here, and I've got some resources for you, and we will take it from there. Let's see, I'm sorry, I'm like clicking too many windows here. It's a problem with Zoom as you get a lot of things going on here. All right, so as I had said, I am an elementary school teacher. However, I have taught middle, high school, and post-secondary French as well. So I'm going to just walk you through some slides here. Catherine will send this out, or I think she has already, so you can click the links to look at some other resources that I've hyperlinked here. Okay, whoops. This is not cooperating too well. My apologies, everyone. All right, can you see a screen that's black with green letters on it? Mm-hmm. Yes? Okay, excellent. Very good. All right. So this is a presentation that I've done several times. It's got some older references in it, so I need to clean that up. But you know, technology changes so much. But back when I decided to start doing digital portfolios, gosh, over 10 years ago, it was really as a way to help show students, but also their parents, what they were capable of. And it really rose out of a concern that a parent came to me and said, you know, Monsieur Lutz, my daughter has been taking French for, you know, 3-4 years, and she comes home and we tell her to speak French and she doesn't know how to speak French. We don't know how she's not learning anything in your class, even though you say on her report cards she's doing well. She's been doing French for 3 or 4 years. And so I would always say, well, what is your task that you're putting before her to ask her to produce this French? And they say, well, we just tell her to speak French. And I always sort of get a chuckle out of it because I myself had parents that did that to me when I was in school. And I usually always said something sassy because they weren't giving me a real life task to do. If you said, oh, could you please describe your best friend or tell me what you ate for breakfast, those are concrete tasks that they're able to do. So I decided making these to make these digital portfolios so parents could hear their own children speaking French in a meaningful way and not, you know, try saying that I was a bad teacher because their kid didn't speak French on command. So I like portfolios because they're purposeful collections of student work. And I'm talking like outside of the pandemic. I love them for this purpose. and that they're great for presenting an array of performance of student work. I love that you can incorporate an element of self-reflection where students can look back on their work and say, oh, I really like this aspect of it, or this part wasn't so great, next time I can do better. And that you can use those self-reflections as goal setting, where a student can say, you know, I want to be able to do this. And you know what's really great for goal setting? ACTFL and Necessful's can-do statements. They are fabulous. Even with my youngest learners in first grade, at the beginning of every unit, we look at can-do statements that I've developed for that unit, where the students go through and look at what I'm intending for them to get out of this unit, and they rate themselves. I can do this on my own, I can do this with help, or I can't do it yet, but I'm going to work on this. And I love that that helps propel their learning. It's like looking at all of your learning targets for the unit up front, and helps students really get some ownership of their learning and to really take charge. And then the other thing about portfolios that I like is that they can be used by a variety of people. They're mostly for the students, 100% for the students, but it also helps us as teachers to be able to look at their performance. Department chairs or principals, and even parents. Like I said, you know, I really enjoyed being able to show my parents and say, look, this is what Chloe can do. You know, she can speak French, so quit saying she can't. I don't like that. And obviously a digital format is so much easier nowadays in 2020 than they were, you know, a decade ago when I first started doing this. But the reason why I like the digital format is because it allows for a rich variety of media. It could be photos, it could be videos, it could be audio recordings. It has so much potential. And it helps address storage issues. I think back to one of my first teaching jobs. My school did such a great thing. It was a pre-K through 12 school, and every student had a writing portfolio that traveled with them from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. And so it really showed a lot of growth in what the students were able to do as far as their writing goes. But you can imagine something that was added to for over 13 years, it got to be pretty big, and it took up a lot of room. And the English teachers had this burden of these big chunky binders that they had to store and pass along to the next year's English teacher. The thing that I like about the digital portfolios also is that they're enduring, that they last, and they're green. We're not wasting any paper with them necessarily. I love that they're accessible, they're portable, and it really shows students' creativity. They're permanent. I've got recordings I'm going to show you in a little bit that go back, I don't even know how long. I think these kids are in college now, and they're like 4 in them. And it really helps leverage a student's 21st century skills. There are some challenges. If you don't have universal accessibility to technology, that could be a challenge. One thing that I do with my youngest learners who don't have access to technology is I do the archiving of the work for them. And then as they get older, then they're able to sort of take charge of it. You really have to bear in mind the level of the teacher's technical skill. And I will tell you, this pandemic has really shined a light on that. I ran a meeting the other day, and it was really challenging to help bring the whole faculty along because we weren't there to look over their shoulder and say, click this. And, you know, trying to train somebody on a technology tool via technology and distance is really challenging. And yes, we do have the challenge of the level of student technical skill as well. They keep calling them these digital natives, but guess what? They don't know how to do everything on a computer. Sometimes this old guy can do better than them because they know how to do what they want to do. So yes, they can make TikToks, but they may not be able to upload something onto Google Classroom. That is 100% true. And then time is a challenge. Time is a challenge with everything, of course. And then cost, you know, is the platform that you're using associated with any sort of cost? And I'll show you some free things that you can do. So cost isn't a concern. So when I think about the portfolio, I think about the phases of creation. As a teacher, I always have to start off with, like, what are my needs? And then decide on the format. Am I deciding on the format, or is the student deciding on the format? And then students will develop material. They will then collect artifacts, put them into the portfolio, and then that gives them a chance to stand back and reflect and evaluate their own work. And it gives me a chance to evaluate their work as well. And then the final step would be to set future goals for future learning. Maybe giving a chance to students to redo an artifact if you deemed that that was you know, a necessary thing. Oops. All right. So there are so many different platforms that you can use. There's Evernote, VoiceThread, Google Docs, Edmodo, Wikis, Glogster, Haiku, all sorts of blogging tools. You can use a network folder. You can go old school and use an external hard drive or flash drive. And I'm going to show you Seesaw, which is a new tool. It is free. There is a more deluxe version that you can buy or that your district can buy. But the basic one is really good. And kids as young as 5 can upload things on their own. And my school so I've been using Seesaw for many years, but my school just bought the sort of school-wide version, which has a few more bells and whistles. And my students have never used Seesaw at home until this week. And I didn't even assign this thing to my first graders, and they were turning things in on Seesaw. So they figured it out on their own. And I'm like, you know, people were a little stressed saying, how are the kids going to learn it? This looks very. Nope, first graders figured it out on their own and turned in things without even being asked. So yay, 7-year-olds. Now, when you think about what goes into a portfolio, the sky is really the limit. You can have students write, you can have them draw, you can have them put photos, they can make cartoons, they could draw cartoons, or they could do a digital one on the computer. Voice recordings, I practically always have some sort of a voice recording. Some students don't like to have a video of them, but I say a must-have is that I have to have you speaking about your item or reading what you've written, because I want to hear them speaking and to have them have that extra practice of speaking aloud. It could be monologues they've written or dialogues if you know they've got another person with them. It could be extemporaneous speaking. Videos could be skits, interviews, or just them talking. You could put in PowerPoints or slideshows, websites they've created, whatever you're doing in your regular classroom. Think of ways that could translate into going into the portfolio. And then there's so many different ways that they can create artifacts. In this time of emergency distance learning, I don't think I would introduce a lot of new things. That's really been the message from our tech department. You would think, oh, the tech people, they really want to go all out with new tech, but they really want to keep things streamlined and simple, and to have students doing and using the tools that they already are familiar with, that are ones that are part of your school's regular practice. Maybe down the road, you know, since it looks like we're in the long run, once they get comfortable with this modality, then maybe introduce something new. But I wouldn't go, I will confess, one school year, I had a lot of summer PD about all kinds of new tech tools. And I was like killing my 5th graders. They every couple of days I was giving them something new, and they were like, which one is this again? They were really confused. So, you know, if you're rolling out new technology, make sure that you're not doing too much at once, and that you're really giving them time to learn it before moving on to a new, bigger, better thing. So, you know, my advice is just keep it simple and really work with things that they already know, things that you already know, and keep it chill. So I'll be interested to know what types of things you all are doing when we get to like a time to chat. All right, so I'm going to skip those two things and show you. Let me see if I can get this to play. So this was done, so this girl is in college now, so I'm feeling really old. So this is by a student of mine who was in 5th grade at the time that she made this. So this is a painting that she made outside of class and then brought it in and we photographed it and then made an audio recording.
Salut, je m'appelle Sophie, j'ai 10 ans. Ma animal de compagnie est un serpent. Elle s'appelle Monty. Il mange des souris. Elle adore manger des souris. Monty est chouette. Il n'est pas méchant. Elle est super.
All right, so you get the point of that there. All right, so here's another example of a 5th grader who did a drawing and did a recording. It's kind of low though.
Salut, je m'appelle Madeline. J'aime écrire. Ma plume préférée s'appelle Mimi. Elle a les yeux bleus et blancs.
All right, so there's that example. So here's an example from a 1st grade portfolio item. It wasn't really such a creative item per se. It was more just like a regular assignment. But the student had to take this home and interpret the pictures, read them aloud, and then send it in. And this is from the dad who said that his kids couldn't speak French. So I had the older sister who was in 3rd grade do something, and just for a bonus, I had the 1st grade little brother do this. So that's, and those were images that we had used in class. And that was his 1st year of French. Now here's a, oh my gosh, he was in pre-K at the time of this.
Can you turn these up a little, please?
Moi, ça va bien. Et toi? Ça va bien, mal, comme ci, comme ça? Yeah. Excellent. Merci. All right. So that was just a short little video that we took in class one day in pre-K. All right. So I had mentioned reflection was a really important step to use in the process here. And I love this quote from John Dewey that says, "We do not learn from experience, but we learn from reflecting on experience." And I think having that moment of reflection for our students is so important because it just sort of completes that whole loop of what they have been doing in class. If we just do experience, experience, experience without giving that chance for them to reflect, they're missing out on an important thing. They're not going to reflect on their own either necessarily. So you need to give them the chance and really model for them how to do that. So evaluation is really what drove me to pitch this to Catherine for talking with you all today. And there's so many different ways that we can evaluate. I think in this, special circumstance of emergency learning, we have to be nimble, we have to be flexible, take direction from your school or your district if they're saying that, and I've heard a myriad of things of, nobody can do worse than what they were doing already, or we're going to just do pass fail, or we're just going to give holistic feedback to them instead of letter grades, whatever, your paradigm is, and I'm sure if I asked all of you what your direction is, you'd all have a different answer because we've never had to do this before. So it's, we're all sort of figuring it out, and it's really interesting, the diversity of ways that we're coming up with our solutions. But it's, keep all of those sort of directives that you have in mind as you are, evaluating your students. So I wanted to show you some tools that I've used with them. I've used a self-evaluation tool. I've done this in English. You could do this in the target language with your students if you wanted to, where you have them sort of go through and answer questions. I usually do this as a homework assignment. Guess what? They're all home now. So, but I didn't want it to take away from using the target language in class. So that's why it was done as a homework assignment. Then I have an evaluation done by the teacher, and I've got two sort of simple rubrics here. One that's written for speaking components and one for written components. And then I have a self-evaluation done at the end of the year where the students look back at all the different artifacts they've placed in the portfolio that they've done. Here's a total portfolio rubric that a teacher can use for evaluating at the end of the year. And I had mentioned goal setting as an important thing. I love using the necessable, actable, can-do statements as a way for the students to set goals that they can look ahead at what they may need to be able to learn, and maybe even see some examples of student work that has been done previously by your other students. So I had mentioned Seesaw as a tool that I like to use, and it's so easy. I had said earlier that 5-year-olds can do this. I had my first graders figure out and submit some things to me. So Seesaw is billed as two things. One is a learning journal, which is a way that you can push work out to your students and do that work in a digital environment. And then it's also a portfolio where they can do work, whether it be like a computer type assignment or something analog, like on a piece of paper that they've drawn, but that they can upload a photo to their portfolio. It's so versatile. It could be used on a variety of devices. It could be on a desktop, a Chromebook, a phone, an iPad, Kindles, everything. And just to show you the simplicity of it, once they log in, and they can use a QR code to log in, there's no, you can use your Google login if that's how your school rolls. But to upload something, all you do is tap the green button, and it gives you the option to put in a photo, a video, a drawing, something from your camera roll that you've already taken. You can add a file like a Google, something from the Google Suite, like a Google Doc or a Google Slideshow, or a link to a website. It's really got a lot of things. So I wanted to show you a few examples of my kiddos' work here. So this is a first grader, and it's just a really short thing.
Ah, bonjour Mara, quel âge as-tu?
J'ai 7 ans.
Okay, so that was first week of first grade French where they just had to say their age. So nothing super, high level there, but it's just, a way for me to sort of catch a snapshot of where they are the first week of school. Here is another first grade assignment. This was when we were in class, obviously. Great. So that's just like maybe 3 months into the school year with first graders. So here's one from a second grader that I got yesterday. The first remote learning assignment turned in. I was super excited that she did this. Okay, again, just a really simple thing, but just, part of the previous task that they had done was watch a song on YouTube that had all these weather patterns in it. And then for reinforcement, they needed to write the word. They could color it if they wanted to, and then do a voice recording of it. Here is a longer one. This is a third grader. They've been learning about Francophone countries. Every girl in the class had a country they were assigned. They had to write a speech talking about the flag. And then they do a recording of it in class, and then they perform this memorized speech for the high school.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Ivo. Voici le drapeau de Burkina Faso. Il est rouge, vert et jaune. La ville capitale de Burkina Faso est Ouagadougou. Burkina Faso dans l'Afrique. Merci, au revoir.
She doesn't really come up for air, does she? Here's a fourth grade example of a student who took a photograph of a place in her community, wrote a speech about it, and then read the speech on Seesaw.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Mila. Voici la poste à Chatham. À la poste, je ramasse mon courrier.
J'aime la poste.
So these are mostly spoken artifacts. You can definitely do written ones on Seesaw, and you know, there's lots and lots of opportunity for different things. As I'd said, it's really versatile. If you know any of these apps or have your students do anything in these apps, they can create it in that app and then upload it to Seesaw. And I just wanted to show you the interface of Seesaw. So let me get out of this slideshow here for a second, and I will hop into my Seesaw. And what's great is you can leave feedback directly on the artifact. It can be a written note, it can be an audio note. You can send it back to the student if they need to redo what they've done. And there's also like a skills checklist that you can input where you can rate the student on how well they did. So let's pull up one of my little second graders from yesterday. Oops. And it's super easy to toggle in between classes, although my computer's a little fried right now from having so many things open. So here's my friend Chelsea from yesterday who uploaded a photo. She didn't do the video or audio recording. Took the picture sideways. We got to norm that a little bit here, but you can see underneath it, I liked it. I can put a written comment or I can do a verbal comment.
Bonjour, Chelsea. Merci beaucoup. This is really nicely done. Thank you very much for turning it in. It looks great. The spelling is great, and your handwriting is beautiful as always. Have a nice weekend. Au revoir. Merci.
Whoops, don't want to play that for you again. And then I had mentioned you can also do these skills. So here is the skills thing. So I just have ones for presentational speaking and presentational writing currently uploaded, but I'm rethinking how I want to have the skills on there. But then there's like a rating system where you can rate it, you know, 1 to 5 or 1 to 4, 1 to 3, whatever you choose as being interesting. So Catherine is calling us back in just a few seconds. So I'm sorry I didn't leave you any time for questions. However, my contact information is in the slideshow, so feel free to reach out. You can send me an email and I'd be happy to answer any questions for you. And we might have questions at the end.
About a tech tool, if there's an idea that's working in your classroom, you're welcome to put it in this document here that I've created for us, and the link is on the slide deck, and I can also put the link in the chat for you all. Copy link. Let me throw this in the chat. There we go. So this is the tech tools. And this is just open for you all to share from. So anyone who wants to share a tech tool or a question you may have about a specific tool, and I will follow up with you just like Catherine is doing. You can email me and I'm happy to help in any way with the tech, but that's just open for you all. So the one thing I mentioned, and I didn't put it on my slide deck, was hyperdocs, which have been very successful in my classroom to get engagement going. And just kind of by head nod or a thumbs up, thumbs down. How many of you have used these or heard of these? Anybody? Okay, it looks like I'm seeing no.
No.
No. Okay, so these are awesome. It's a great way to keep all your lesson in one spot and keep the kids engaged. So this is one that my level 3s are doing right now. So envie et les indications, also introducing the conditional to them. So I start them off with a checklist, and this is going on for this week. It's a week and a half that they have this slide deck to work from. There we go. And I will share these if you want copies of any of this. I will make a folder with a copy so you guys can have all these. And then the first step is you come up with something to engage them. So say engagé, and they have a nice little funny video. It's really funny from YouTube that they watch, and they're just going to write down in their notebooks what they already know, what do they understand. Then they go to the explore stage. So I'm giving them a song again to explore. And then we play Gimkit, which is an amazing game for vocabulary building. Oh my goodness, I love it. So we do that one. Then they move into the explain stage. So this is where they're getting part of the lesson. Sometimes I also include me doing a lesson for them through screencasting. Sometimes if I find ones that I really like that are really engaging and better than me, I will include those. So this time we're using one of my favorite tools. This is Language, which is amazing. And then they watch a funny video and they complete exercises with it. When we go to what's called the apply stage, mettre en application, they're going to work with directions. Someone, guys, if you can mute yourselves, I'm getting a lot of feedback coming in through my headset. So if you guys can mute, just hit your microphone. Merci. All right, awesome, thank you. So what you can see here is this time they have, this is Language again, and they're hearing native speakers giving directions, and then they have comprehension questions that they're answering based on what they hear in those directions. Then for the conditional, to practice with that, they're going to work through a Quizlet activity. Then they work through a hypersheet. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Like, I'm actually going to see if it'll, yes, it'll open, cool. Maybe, voila. So this time, and they work through this one. So again, it reminds them how to use it, and it gives them a lesson again if they need it. They go through, the first part is just filling them in. Then we actually do listening. So they're going to click each of these video clips from these real speakers, and then they're going to figure out, like, they're going to match the people to what they would change. So they look at the little images based on the video clip, and they'd be like, oh, well, one would change this one or that one, etc. Then they work through in groups of 3 or 4, and they're going to practice talking about what they would do. And then we do more. Oh, I see someone's throwing something in the chat to me. No, this is pre-made on This is Language. They have a ton of pre-made activities like this that you can just pull up with all kinds of different lessons. So it's amazing. Then they get more practice. They get more review. We have true, false, now authentic videos again, and they're going to tell me, are these statements true or false? And then the last stage is they're going to work on doing some sentence practice, answering these sentences using the conditional. So, and then they just submit those to me via Google Classroom. So that's one example, and I can show you more in a second. Then we have a nice little other practice. For the partager, which is the share stage, this time they're working off of Flipgrid, and they're going to use their vocabulary, and they're going to create a video in which they're giving directions to some place in our community, mentioning at least 20 vocab words and at least 10 sentences giving directions. And then they put it in the Flipgrid, and then they comment back and forth on each other's. Then we have, just to check their understanding, they have a little reflection quiz on the conditional, and then I give them a lesson reflection as well as to what did you like about the lesson, what didn't you like, etc. And then the final stage is called going further, extending, so aller plus loin. And then I give them a fun game again to practice with everything, a fun game with pronunciation, so they actually have to speak and play a game. And then just some more practicing with conditional. I give them some scenarios to consider and practice writing. And again, in my district, we are allowed 30 minutes per day per class. So that's 2.5 hours a week. Okay. Now with mine, I'm not grading the quizzes, and I told them it's fine if they want to use their notes because it's not an actual grade. So I can share out. I'm going to make a folder this weekend, Kimberly, that will include some of these templates that I'm showing you. Yes, so they're allowed 2.5 hours per week. They don't have to spend 2.5 hours on it, but that is what we're allowed, is 2.5 hours per week per lesson. So this week they only had classes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's why we're including this into next week as well. Okay, so yes, so how I send this to them is this goes out on my Google Classroom and they complete it at home. It's all asynchronous. None of this is synchronous learning. It's all an asynchronous model. I do it. Another example is with French 2. Theirs I did as a Google Doc. So you can do them as slides or docs, and they get the whole lesson is in one form like this. But I use a lot of my tools, which I'm going to head back to my other tab. I have way too many tabs open. So Flipgrid, we already talked about us using that one. That's like literally one of my go-tos. It's one of my favorites. And if you haven't used Flipgrid, I have a whole training on it here at this link. Lots of details on using Flipgrid for you all. Pear Deck is another way that I'm keeping them engaged. They have a student paste mode. So when I make slide decks where I'm actually teaching the kids new material, I use Pear Deck. And with Pear Deck, I'm able to put in questions and check for understanding. The students write examples to me. They can draw out their understanding. It's great for vocab as well. I also use it for social and emotional wellness checks with my kids because they have templates that'll ask the kids like, how stressed are you feeling? And you can put it in target language. You can ask them like, what's a joy in your life right now? What's something that's a concern? What's draining your, they have one, what's filling your bucket? What's draining your bucket? And the students get to draw. And my kids have been very interactive with that, sharing things like one of my students has started learning how to bind books. One of them has started learning how to bake and create all these new creations. And she's like, as soon as we're back in school, madam, I'm gonna make these, then you get to taste all this. And I was like, oh my gosh, they're so sweet. Okay, I see another question came in is, so are you sending this to the students and they're completing it on their own and you would do Pear Deck and Google Classroom? Yeah, Google Classroom is what hosts all the information. Pear Deck, I put the link inside of my classroom. So I'll actually show you guys what I mean. So let me hop over here. Let me close that. And I'll show you what it looks like to the kids without showing you their names. Come on, Google Classroom. Let's load. So we'll just go here because you guys saw the French 3 one. So they go to classwork and my kids look for the remote learning tab. They've been trained. So this is where we are right now. We're in French 3 Hyperdoc. They get their directions. So they regarder l'introduction. So they get an intro video here. I use Loom to do my screencast videos for my students. So this walks them through the whole lesson of what they're going to be doing. Then they're going to open the Hyperdoc and they go through all the steps. I remind them 30 minutes a day. Don't forget to mark it as done when you're done. And I'm giving them feedback every day. I go through, I see who's worked on it, who hasn't. And if you don't know, there's actually a trick in Google Classroom. If you use Classroom, if you hit this folder right here, and I'm going to show you this, you can see when your kids are engaging in an assignment or not. So it's a nice little techie trick. And of course, my little box is covering the eye. So if you go to the eye, I can move that so you guys can see again. And I hit activity, I can see when my kids have interacted. So I know that this student here, the last time she interacted was 6:30. I can see he was on it at 1:05. So you can see if your kids are opening your assignments and when they're interacting. So if you need that for feedback, you have that option. That's just one idea. Okay, so just to clarify, if they are sent to the slides with the lesson and the Pear Deck, yes, like I can show you some of them. It's actually in my, who has one with Pear Deck? I have to remember, because I have all the levels. I have to think who has a Pear Deck this week. They do. AP has a Pear Deck. So I'll show you what it looks like. Should work. Let's hope. Move the talking bar. There we go. Okay, so this one, it should link them right to a Pear Deck. There we go. So this one, and of course, it's going to make me sign in. Of course you would. There we go. And then I see someone has something in the chat. Awesome. Yep. So then, of course, if you're in a Pear Deck, and okay, so yes, I'm feeling great. I could skip it, and then this is going to take them all student paste mode right through my lesson. So they had an article to read, and now they're comparing le travail en France aux États-Unis, and they're just going to draw in or write in comparisons. So what's different, what's the same between each, and then they're done. So I'm not actually going to complete this, but it would show if I go on my dashboard what's going on there. So that's a quick little Pear Deck one. Other tools that have been really working well for me, of course, I talked to you guys about This is Language, which it is free right now. So you can get it for free for your school, which is amazing. Okay. All right, so in my classes, I see someone asked about I see right now, Mitzi is asking about breakout rooms. Okay, and if it's possible for speaking, okay, as a whole class. So right now, again, I'm not doing synchronous lessons. I have all my students, when I want them to speak, we're using Flipgrid because we are not allowed to do Zoom for breakout rooms. So with Flipgrid, they can easily record in Flipgrid and share. You can also, what I do, since we're not on synchronous yet, I pretend that they are literally in my classroom. And what you do there, yes, is that I just pretend I will actually say their names in the video, like as I pretend they're in front of me, even though I know they're not, and be like, okay, so très bien, Emmeline, and then I'll ask, or I'll be like, whoever it is, so Sophie, what do you think? And just, you call them, you act like they're there, even though they're not. And then you'll ask them to repeat, répétez, s'il vous plaît, etc. And you just keep pretending, run it like you're in class, even though they're not there. And then you're gonna hope that they're doing it. But you could ask them to, I have one of my friends who asked them to record like a Flipgrid saying their vocabulary words to you. There's lots of ways you can get around it. Okay, and yes, Eileen, a hyperdoc is basically, it's a Google Doc or a Google Slide that they're gonna access with links, exactly. So it's basically taking a worksheet and making it very interactive, but it's not a worksheet. So it's just a place where you store all your links and activities for your students. But with This is Language, again, you have the authentic videos and they're sorted by topics. So you can pick any of these that you want, and then I'll just pick this one. And you see you have all these different questions that they're responding to. They're sorted by level, so the lower the stars, the easier they are. If you click on one, there we go. You have all these different activities that your students can complete. The students would not see transcript, they would not see print worksheet or set exercises on their side. They would only see these components, and you can assign what you want to the students. So it's great, I love it. They also have the vocabs. If you want them to practice a vocabulary, they can do that. If you need grammar, to give them some grammar practice, you have all these options available. And if it has the purple next to it, that means they have a video for it. Nutty Tiles is the most addicting vocabulary game ever. The kids love it. And you can also add in your own vocabulary. So you can either play the global game, which is what is built in with This is Language, or you can play the custom when you create your list. Where I found my hyperdocs for it, they have hyper sheets, and they have them all here done by different topics. So you can just search around and see what's there. And if your district happens to use a textbook, which we don't, you can also search for textbook and curriculum guides. And they have lots of different textbooks here. They also have one specifically for AP. So those of us who are teaching AP, this tells you what videos to use for the themes. So it's a really good resource right there, but all the textbooks are there. Okay, 5 more minutes, cool. Merci, Catherine. Voila, so I'm gonna show you guys some other ones that I found that are also cool. We're gonna try to get to this one. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna go to this one first. So this is a new one that I literally have just stumbled upon. So Parle Français, so it's for oral practice, and this is amazing for those who are teaching AP in upper levels, because it's a great way for, you can either do interpersonal speaking done in the AP style, modeled right after the AP exams, or you can practice presentational speaking as well, again, modeled after the AP exam. When the kids are done recording, it presents an MP3 and they can just upload that to you in whatever learning management platform you're using. So they give you prompt codes, or you can let it select random. So you would just hit start. Okay, that's fine, I don't care. And then it tells them what they're going to do. Okay, you have 4 minutes to read it, 2 minutes to record, and then there's their topic, and you would hit begin task. I'm not actually going to record. Blah, 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 blah. So there's their subject.
We will now begin this task. Vous allez maintenant commencer cette tâche.
And then there we go, and I'm just going to close it. And then they would just record, and I see someone's putting something in the chat. So let me check there. Okay. Yes, so in Flipgrid, you can give them feedback. Like in a Flipgrid, you can record video feedback to them. Okay, another question I see came from Mary. What is the difference between Screencastify and Pear Deck? Screencastify is when you are doing a voice recording and showing your screen. So you would show your screen and it's you just presenting a lesson. Pear Deck is interactive. The students are actually doing something on the screen. They're interacting, they're writing, they're drawing. There's multiple choice questions. So they are two completely different tools. And I'm happy to do private training with you all if you need it on some of those tools. Again, you can just email me and I'm happy to work with you. Another one that I use that's really successful for my students is this is another new site that I've discovered. It's called lingua.com. It's free. You don't need to make an account. You can if you want, but there is no need to do it. So you can search down here by topics and you can find readings for your students. If they don't have access to online, there is PDFs available. However, they do put the answers on the bottom of the PDF. So you just need to be careful because if it's there, like I'll show you what it looks like as the PDF. So they have the reading, then they have the questions, but the problem is unless you take it and you can black out, like you could edit the PDF and you can black out the answers, your kids will see the answers right there. And they're smart. They're gonna be like, oh, look, there's the answers, check, check, check. So just take your PDF and edit it and mark out your answers. But you can also do it online. I could do the same thing. Voila, here's your nice little reading. They can answer the questions. And what I tell my students to do is take a screenshot or take a picture with their cell phone and upload that as proof to me that they did the assignment. So that's another great place to go. And I see we have some questions. Okay, the link, I put the link again, all these that I'm showing you guys, they're all in the slide deck here. So let me show you again, and this is what you all have access to. Everything that I'm talking about is here in the slide deck. These are just some tools that have been working well for me. So Parle Français, it's right there. You literally just hover over and it has the link. Lingua is there. I use Gimkit a lot. If you don't know this game, it is amazing. Like you can play it live if you can do a live session, or you can play it, you can have your students do it as an assignment. Let me just log into my Gimkit. I'll show you that one. It's super cool. It's free right now as well. Okay, there we go. Here it comes. Okay, so yes, there's a live Q&A with Josh, who's the creator. He just graduated from high school in the state of Washington, so he's running a company now on his own, and he was a former French student, so I love him even more. But you can actually take these. You can play it live if you were doing a live session with your class, or you can assign it as homework. Right now, I have these assigned as homework to my students. So if I look here, I can see, okay, the student completed it and her score was a 94. I can see some of these students, if they're red, that means they haven't got to that point in the assignment. I can see this student completed it with the score. This one completed. So you can see where they're at, who hasn't done it, who has. And that's they like it because it's game-based. It's game-based learning. It's super fun. I see a question, so let me check. Okay, do you have to put their emails to get this kind of feedback? No, you set up a class and I just enter in their names. So we have classes set up in it, and so they don't have to make an account for this. I just enter their names and they pick their name. So nice and easy. It's all safe. Okay, we have 2 more minutes. So I'm gonna stop screen sharing. and I'm going to open it up to questions for you guys. So if you have a question that you want to ask, if you can raise your hand and I will call on you. So anyone with questions or things that's working, I will put my email in the chat for you guys too. I know it's on the slides, but I will give you my email again in case you want to email me questions or you want to work through like a Zoom and we troubleshoot together. Whoa, I almost put my emails at Zoom. Wow, I've been on Zoom way too much. There we go. So this is my email, it's in the chat, and you can email me any questions. Like, I am happy to work with you one-on-one, whether it's through the week, on the weekends. You just need someone to hold your hand and guide you through something. I am happy to do that. But you can unmute and ask questions. You guys are too quiet. I did most of the talking. Yeah, Pam,
Hi.
go ahead.
I was wondering, when you create the class.
Which are we talking about now? GimKit?
On GimKit, yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
let's say I've got 3 level 2 classes. Do I just trust them that they're going to go and find the correct class and do their own work and not?
Yeah, and what it does, and I'm not screen sharing now, but you can put that link for them. Like, I separate them like French 2, Block 1, etc. And you can make the links for them by class period if you want. Or if you have kids with the same name, like maybe you have Alex in Block 1 and you have Alex in Block 2, you could easily do that so they don't pick, like, be the other Alex. It's really easy, and if you want, I can walk you through.
Great, thanks.
All right, we have 35 seconds. So if anyone wants to throw something out there, please do, or else we're going to be sent back to the main room.
I have a real quick question.
Yeah.
Do you know, is there a free resource for like the students to practice vocabulary? Like, I know a lot of my coworkers have one, but they pay for it.
Like, you can use Quizlet. Quizlet's free.
Okay, and is that like where they have to like kind of play games with the vocabulary?
Yep.
And
Quizlet, Conjugamos, both of those are free.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Of course. Just email me if you want more help, Mary. I'm happy to.
Up. Here we are. First, we're going to do this several times. I'd just like to give a very big, warm thank you to all of our presenters. Thank you. They're dedicating so much time. This is their 3rd one, so this is about 6 hours worth of sharing that they're doing. It's powerful when we get together like this. Thank you so much, Heidi and Nathan and Justin and Katie, Teresa. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go through the last little bit. If you were looking for Katie's presentation, she has this Padlet here. Katie, do you want to just talk about that real quick?
Sure. If you just click on it quickly, I can. So, like I mentioned before, I was just having trouble focusing and concentrating and realizing that I'm not really taking care of myself. And as we're trying to take care of all of our students and check in with them and be the best we can for them, I think it's important that we take care of ourselves too. So some of the comments at the top are from the participants from the last 3 days, suggestions they've had. And then some of the links below are in French and in English. Fitness, exercise, decluttering, letting go, guided meditations. And then once you click on some of those links, then you get a lot of other options as well. So I just think that that's something important for us to do for ourselves to keep going when we're not getting that same kind of in-person feedback that we maybe need from our students.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, and then also Teresa has shared her presentation, and there are some links up at the top by our names. Let's do that a little bit faster than going through each slide like that. So Teresa's is right there if you need to talk to her. Nathan, do you have a link that you want me to put on there? If you want to put on there, that's great too. And you'll find those up there. Okay, so the last few minutes we're going to spend, I'm going to just put this up large, is to talk to you about what the ATF has for you, because we're trying to get all this technology and this information, and I'm not sure how everybody organizes their work or their slides or everything that they have, but it can be overwhelming. It is overwhelming. So we have several platforms from the ATF that we've designed for the past several years. I'm going to walk you through a couple of them. Wakelet is the first one, and Wakelet's if you know Pinterest, you know, that's all beautiful pictures up, and it's a great place to put stuff and never visit it again, right? People just like, oh, I'm going to pin it and then never do anything. So Wakelet is a little bit more thoughtful, I think, for organizing your work. And we have produced by the ATF members and people in the different groups, things that we've shared. So first of all, if you're an AP teacher and you need some resources for this year's frenetic experience of a test, okay, these are the AP 2020 resources. And this is the updated, like really updated conversation. Jillian Mao shared a bunch of stuff so you can click on that, and she has some resources all ready to go for you. So if you are an APT teacher and you need that, plus this is Diana Sheffer, who is an ATF leader, regional rep, and she's also one of the AP hierarchy people. She made a nice video. There's also the cultural comparison resources. So Toby shared her document, so I put it on here. There's also all the cultural comparisons. Look at how many wonderful things teachers have shared, especially Christina from California. So go through these, and if there's something you need, you just click on it and it takes you right there. And I strongly suggest that you look through those if you're an AP teacher, because you are perhaps a little bit desperate like me, trying to figure out what there is. Other things that we have, this is a Wakelet with jeux, activités, et chaîne YouTube. And I put these into 3 different sections. So unlike Pinterest, this is organized. So here's Activité Interactive. Nathalie Rash, she shared French 5 a day. So she's got all these little activities for students. There's digital escape games. What a perfect way to engage your students with one of these breakout rooms, but you can do it. That one's 504, we'll have to look at it. Maybe this one works. Oh, 404, we'll have to do that again. I'll send that to Katie and see what she did. Brain Pop right now, en français, is free. There's all of these. The Ici Radio-Canada, the Jeunesse page is wonderful because they've got Jeunesse and then they have Petit. And you can go in there and there's games for them to play. There's videos for them to watch. It's meant to just, oh, look at this. Justin Trudeau répond aux questions des jeunes.
Aww.
Okay, right there, you know that you want to send that to your students. So if you find it, if you find something, you can click on it and send it out through Google Classroom, whatever you're using to send things out to your students. So this is all organized and you can scroll down. The best thing that you can do is share something. If you want to share, I'll show you how to do that in a second. This is chaîne YouTube pour les enfants. And several teachers have been sharing these with me. So this is Phosphore. And they have a whole YouTube channel, right, with their videos that are meant for teenagers. They also have one for little, like middle school kids. Okapi is one of my favorite magazines to use in class. Okay, so there's their YouTube pages. On the Wakelet, there are several different things. One of my favorite ones to look at right now is the choice boards. And the choice boards are shared by teachers. They're trying to put their levels, but you can always adapt. If you find something on a choice board that you like Katie Wheelock, thank you, Katie, for sharing that. She adapted the, I believe that was shared by.
Yeah, I just shared it.
Okay, wow, you just put it on there like that. Amazing, Katie. Okay, and then there's also one that Teresa adapted from someone else. Okay, but I grabbed it and put it on here. So this is a different kind of choice board where it's in slides. It just depends on how you like to organize your things. This is Rebecca Blue Wolf. She is the ACTFL Teacher of the Year right now and an ATF member. So she's got lots of beautiful ideas. If you keep scrolling down, she has them in little boxes, and all you have to do is click on the links. So if you like it, you can make a copy of it, or you can copy the links and put it into your own choice board. Try and give people credit. They put their names on there so that you can see who created it. Okay. Let's look down just a little bit more. There are books right now that you can send to your students, free books, PDF version, or sort of like app-based ones. These are the Éditions de Presse who are sharing their materials right now. And I strongly suggest, if you're trying to think of what can I have my students read, go on here and take a look at these. Also, Milan Press and Bayard are offering a lot of their magazines for free. If you prefer the scholastic from Canada. So I've put all of those on there. If you're in a TPRS books, everything, okay? You are spending so much time trying to create the world. Let's just give you something that's already organized so that you can spend a little more time with your students and not just scamming the web. This is more for a unit. And so we've got the article et infographie all set up in one section. The next section has videos. Last section has cultural comparisons. So you can take this whole unit and grab the resources. So if you like this video, you would click on it, maybe you put it into an ed puzzle, and then send that out to your students. And there's quite a few videos for the kids, and I make sure that they're all appropriate. So if you want to share an idea on Wakelet, there's a document that I provided, and it has a tutorial on how to do that. If you want to just view the choice, the different boards, or if you want to collaborate. So it's all explained up here. And you found that on the second Wakelet link. And then if you continue on the presentation, I've given you some ideas like how to use Wakelet to build a unit for your students. And that could be like a normal type of school unit or a distance learning type of unit. Okay, so I've given you a couple of slides like that. Everyone knows Pinterest, but really, how do we use it? The ATF has something like 88 boards, and they are also organized thematically. Now, what I'm trying to do is get all of the Pinterest boards into Wakelet collections. That takes a while. I love these because, honestly, if you look at Pinterest as just a place to put things and you never use them, okay, that you feel good. But I say, find something, perhaps you have a video, like on YouTube, and you put it there, or you've got an infographie, or you want to do like an IPA where they watch the video and then they do a reading. You can put those two together. You can save this picture. You go to Save Image As, and you would name it something, correct, right? Infographie, and then the students, you could put that into a Google form, or you could put it into a Google Doc, or however that you assign your reading experiences for your students, and then put some questions, and it's ready to go. So again, the ATF Pinterest boards, some of them have 57 pins, and some of them have 5. And if there's something that you can't find, please let me know. I'll try and track down a resource. We're really good at that, finding things and putting them together. Okay, so that's the Pinterest, and I've given you some ideas on how to use Pinterest so it actually works for you. The big one that I love sharing is the YouTube playlists. And that's because there are about 4,000 videos, 4,000, that's a big number, that are shared here. Some of these playlists have 49 and some of them have 1. They're divided into themes that can be used for any level depending on the tasks that you want to create. We have like just this one video right now from Mali, Aliment. So I'm trying to make sure that we've got Benin, we've got Burkina Faso. We have stuff from all around the French-speaking world. And if you just scroll down, you'll see the theme. You can open it up and look at the 37 videos about rentrée scolaire. It's a great one. It's about going out to buy your school supplies. There's vocabulaire, routine quotidienne, just a bunch of stuff. Okay, so this is huge, and it's a beautiful time to just spend not more than 15 hours in a row looking at these playlists. You don't want to spend all the time. We also have Digo, and Digo is more for the geeky nerds, and I'll let you explore that on your own. But Google Photos, I shared this out the other day, and it seemed like everybody got very excited. So I always put this out there. When you're on Google Images and you're looking for that specific beautiful picture that's meant for your students, because it's something that is in your thematic unit, but you're worried about it being copyright free or appropriate for your students. Let's take a look at these. These are different albums that teachers have created with me with the pictures they took around the French-speaking world. So this is one album. And when you click on this link, you'll be able to add to the album. That's so exciting. This makes it so that it's actually teachers who are putting this together. This one is called Europe Francophone Panneaux et Affiches. Okay, so this whole album is just, there it is. Beautiful things that you can grab for your students so that you have authentic resources that are meant for exactly what we want to show them. Okay, so you can go through how you do this. You can download a picture. Usually there's a little download button. If you go over to the three dots, I'm going to pull this down and download it right there. And if it says ATF on it, it's usually from me. But look, here's Jeanne. She shared this and it has her name on it. So if you use it, you can always credit her. Other albums that we have, this is one just where it's at la grande surface. What would you see if you went to an hypermarché? It's magical. It's gorgeous. It's just things, you could go shopping. There are specific cities and specific regions. We have several from Afrique francophone. So if you've been there and you want to share some beautiful pictures, these are mine from Maroc. And then you can add your own if you wish. I took this picture because I felt like this is an important resource for les toilettes. Huh? And this is huge. So they're all organized. The last one I'm going to show you is Imperatif. And this one's exciting because if this is something grammar-wise that you have to do, you can grab some pictures and add them to, like, this is pretty complex right here. It's all just little snips and bits for your students. Okay, so that's the Google Photos. You can click on that and you're going to come into this document, and then when you click on a link, that takes you to the specific album. Okay, and then if you know about EF Prof, you know that it's not the strongest website ever. A lot of people get frustrated, but there are also people that know how to use it. There's a 3-minute tutorial if you want to look at it. There's some groups that I made. I'm working with the Institut Français, trying to get it to be a little bit more exciting for them, for their website to be a little bit more helpful. But for right now, I just have, are there any last minute type questions? I know I'm about 15 minutes over. I want to make sure our presenters had enough time and that I got through the ATF resources for you. So I should be back. I'm going to hit stop share just for a few moments. There's a lot of stuff in the chat. Let's just see. Oh, Heidi put this out. The slides are going to be available right now if you want to copy and paste that. I will send out an email. After this, we're done. It will have that link as well. When I get the recording all set up, that'll be next Tuesday. That'll be on the ATF website and the Facebook page. And if I'm very organized on Tuesday, I'll make sure that you get an email with that. So any other big thoughts that you want to do, throw them out. Or if you want to unmute yourself just for a moment or raise your hand, we can do that. You're probably thinking, oh my gosh, it's Saturday, Catherine, I would like to go and think about this, right? Raise your hand if you're going to just get off the computer and go out for a beautiful walk. Go out for a beautiful walk, yes. It's a gorgeous day here in the Pacific Northwest. I say that with a little laugh on my face, but so the importance of our organization, it's been for me something that has supported me ever since I started in 2003 at my first conference in Martinique. And we went to get Martinique again, and we're supposed to go to Trois-Rivières coming up this summer. So keep your fingers crossed on that, please. And oh, you got to eat lunch first. That's a good idea. It's not even 10 o'clock. I'm still open for a Bloody Mary. It's brunch time for us. I appreciate everyone who's a member, or if you're not a member, you're a French teacher. You're part of our family. We belong as a group together. If you need any support, contact one of the presenters. We have some time, not all the time, but we want to make sure that you know that you can look to your organization for support, for materials, for ideas, for a shoulder, maybe just to cry on or to lift a drink with. I wish for you, let's see, where are we? April 18th. We have about another month and a half. I don't know if we'll do another webinar series because what are we going to say? It's the end of the year. What are we going to do now? But keep in contact with us. Share your ideas on those Facebook groups and look at those resources. Until then, I'm going to wish everybody un bon week-end. Merci, Sheila. Un bon week-end depuis le 13 mars. Hein? Depuis le 13 mars, c'est le week-end. Every day seems like that. And you are outstanding, amazing colleagues who are doing outstanding work. Do any presenters have any last encouraging words?
Ruth had her hand up, so if she wants to say what she wanted to say before we all say goodbye.
Thank you, Ruth. You want to say something?
Just have a quick question, just somewhere if maybe people can be posting their ideas about how to do any kind of I heard, for instance, Teresa talk about a quiz and a quiz on vocabulary, and I don't even know how one would do that in this kind of environment without students looking stuff up or sharing it with each other. So if there's ways to go about doing that I don't know about, I'd love to have just different people's ideas somewhere. Not right now, obviously, but wherever.
Ruth, come and, write me an email. Okay,
Yeah.
write me an email, and then
Email me.
Heidi, what I'm going to say real quickly is the idea of a quiz is a big question, because we can assess that our students, when we're in our classroom, we can assess. We know our parameters, our conditions. And Ruth, this might be the time where you push out the vocabulary, you offer some activities, and you hope that they grab on. And then next fall that you come in and say, let's look at that again. A quiz is I can't say that's feasible, but we do have options. We always have options. You might not be excited about with the results.
Yeah, the one she's referencing is, I actually did it in Google Forms, and I had them, I like gave options, like, because I was teaching them the conditional, and I gave like, which of these sentences is in the conditional. So, one was actually in the future, and one was in the imparfait, and one was in the, by the way, I never give like made up, like wrong answers. Like, it's got to be like an actual real thing, because I don't want them like internalizing like misspelled things just to have an option on a multiple choice test. So I was like, which one is one of these? And then there were things like, how would you form, where do you get the stem for the conditional? And I have to do those because it's dual enrollment. And so the university is expecting me to do like these more traditional type things. So with me giving them things like that, where they have to just tell me their process more than they have to like create a sentence, or they have to do a multiple choice because they're just going to guess anyway a lot of the times. I can see like where they're needing help, and I can give them feedback, and I can still give like an assessment grade that's going to make the university happy.
Exactly, and that's where we're not asking for a lot of production right now. We're asking for interpretive mode, listening and reading and interacting with the cultural and global competencies that we can provide them. The production you get is probably not going to be authentic kid work, so let's be okay with the changes that we're going to go through. Matala, you had a question.
Oui, je m'appelle Michel.
Michel.
Oui, j'ai une question pour l'examen de AP. Est-ce que vous trouvez que c'est juste que la partie conversation soit répétée une fois? Moi, en tant que personne qui parle le français, c'est ma langue maternelle, je trouve que c'est difficile, même pour moi. Même si vous me parlez en anglais une fois, j'ai besoin de répétition. Alors, je sais pas.
Tout à fait. Ma réponse est non, mais la bonne solution, c'est vraiment d'écrire à Monsieur Trevor, qui nous a expliqué tout ça. Et j'ai dit, OK, mais la question était ouverte et c'est fermé, parce qu'on ne peut rien changer, et c'est pas juste, mais on peut se plaindre.
Oui, oui, je me suis plaint. Alors, je me demandais si vous aussi, vous avez fait quelque chose à
oui,
vous plaindre.
plusieurs fois.
Donc, mais je
J'ai
trouve que c'est
tweeté,
ridicule.
j'ai envoyé des messages, mais je ne peux rien faire. Donc, pour le moment, je dis à mes élèves, peut-être qu'ils ne vont pas passer cet examen parce que c'est pas un examen juste. OK. Dommage. Désolée, mais merci pour la question.
Non, merci d'avoir répondu.
Ah oui, bien sûr. D'autres questions? OK. Well, okay, then it's our time to close, and thank you mille fois to have spent with us almost 2 hours. Nina, one quick question. Nina, but you're muted.
Oui. Oui.
You have one quick question. You put your hand up.
Oh no, I just was clapping.
Oh, okay. Everybody, let's do
I'm giving my reaction.
Bravo. Okay. Bon courage, bonne continuation, et on se verra en ligne. Okay. Ciao.
Catherine, I think Jerry had a question, maybe. Jerry?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I do. I wanted to make one comment, and that is that I think that Daft Punk, French group, would say about the AATF that you guys are stronger, faster, better. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, c'est magnifique ça.
OK.
Thank you.
OK, à bientôt. Bye bye.
Au revoir.
Au revoir tout le monde.
Au revoir.
First, we're going to do this several times. I'd just like to give a very big, warm thank you to all of our presenters. Thank you, thank you. They're dedicating so much time. This is their third one, so this is about 6 hours worth of sharing that they're doing. It's powerful when we get together like this. Thank you so much, Heidi and Nathan and Justin and Katie, Teresa. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go through the last little bit. If you were looking for Katie's presentation, she has this Padlet here. Katie, do you want to just talk about that real quick?
Sure. If you just click on it quickly, I can. So, like I mentioned before, I was just having trouble focusing and concentrating and realizing that I'm not really taking care of myself. And as we're trying to take care of all of our students and check in with them and be the best we can for them, I think it's important that we take care of ourselves too. Okay. So some of the comments at the top are from the participants from the last 3 days, suggestions they've had. And then some of the links below are in French and in English. Fitness, exercise, decluttering, letting go, guided meditations. And then once you click on some of those links, then you get a lot of other options as well. So I just think that that's something important for us to do for ourselves to keep going when we're not getting that same kind of in-person feedback that we maybe need from our students.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, and then also Teresa has shared her presentation, and there are some links up at the top by our names. Let's do that a little bit faster than going through each slide like that. So Teresa's is right there if you need to talk to her. Nathan, do you have a link that you want me to put on there? If you want to put on there, that's great too. And you'll find those up there. Okay, so the last few minutes we're going to spend, I'm going to just put this up large, is to talk to you about what the ATF has for you, because we're trying to get all this technology and this information, and I'm not sure how everybody organizes their work or their slides or everything that they have, but it can be overwhelming. It is overwhelming. So we have several platforms from the ATF that we've designed for the past several years. I'm going to walk you through a couple of them. Wakelet is the first one, and Wakelet's, if you know Pinterest, it's all beautiful pictures up, and it's a great place to put stuff and never visit it again, right? People just like, oh, I'm going to pin it, and then never do anything. So Wakelet is a little bit more thoughtful, I think, for organizing your work. And we have produced by the ATF members and people in the different groups, things that we've shared. So first of all, if you're an AP teacher and you need some resources for this year's frenetic experience of a test, okay, these are the AP 2020 resources. And this is the updated, like really updated conversation. Jillian Mao shared a bunch of stuff, so you can click on that, and she has some resources all ready to go for you. So if you are an APT teacher and you need that, plus this is Deanna Sheffer, who is an ATF leader, regional rep, and she's also one of the AP hierarchy people. She made a nice video. There's also the cultural comparison resources. So Toby shared her document, so I put it on here. There's also all the cultural comparisons. Look at how many wonderful things teachers have shared, especially Christina from California. So go through these, and if there's something you need, you just click on it, and it takes you right there. And I strongly suggest that you look through those if you're an AP teacher, because you are perhaps a little bit desperate like me, trying to figure out what there is. Other things that we have, this is a Wakelet with Jeux, Activités, et chaîne YouTube. And I put these into 3 different sections. So unlike Pinterest, this is organized. So here's Activité Interactive. Nathalie Rasch, she shared French 5 a day. So she's got all these little activities for students. There's digital escape games. What a perfect way to engage your students with one of these breakout rooms, but you can do it. That one's 504. We'll have to look at it. Maybe this one works. Oh, 404, we'll have to do that again. I'll send that to Katie and see what she did. Brain Pop right now en français is free. There's all of these, the Ici Radio-Canada, the jeunesse page is wonderful because they've got jeunesse and then they have petit. And you can go in there and there's games for them to play. There's videos for them to watch. It's meant to just, oh, look at this. Justin Trudeau répond aux questions des jeunes.
Aww.
Okay, right there, you know that you want to send that to your students. So if you find it, if you find something, you can click on it and send it out through Google Classroom, whatever you're using to send things out to your students. So this is all organized and you can scroll down. The best thing that you can do is share something. If you want to share, I'll show you how to do that in a second. This is chaîne YouTube pour les enfants. And several teachers have been sharing these with me. So this is Phosphore. And they have a whole YouTube channel, right, with their videos that are meant for teenagers. They also have one for little, like middle school kids. Okapi is one of my favorite magazines to use in class. Okay, so there's their YouTube pages. On the Wakelet, there are several different things. One of my favorite ones to look at right now is the choice boards. And the choice boards are shared by teachers. They're trying to put their levels, but you can always adapt. If you find something on a choice board that you like Katie Wheelock, thank you, Katie, for sharing that. She adapted the, I believe that was shared by.
Yeah, I just shared it.
Okay, wow, you just put it on there like that. Amazing, Katie. Okay, and then there's also one that Teresa adapted from someone else. Okay, but I grabbed it and put it on here. So this is a different kind of choice board where it's in slides. Okay, it just depends on how you like to organize your things. This is Rebecca Blue Wolf. She is the ACTFL Teacher of the Year right now and an AATF member. So she's got lots of beautiful ideas. If you keep scrolling down, she has them in little boxes, and all you have to do is click on the link. So if you like it, you can make a copy of it, or you can copy the links and put it into your own choice board. Try and give people credit. They put their names on there so that you can see who created it. Okay, let's look down just a little bit more. There are books right now that you can send to your students, free books, PDF version, or sort of like app-based ones. These are the Éditions de Presse who are sharing their materials right now. And I strongly suggest, if you're trying to think of what can I have my students read, go on here and take a look at these. Also, Milan Press and Bayard are offering a lot of their magazines for free, if you prefer the Scholastic from Canada. So I've put all of those on there if you're into TPRS books, everything, okay? You are spending so much time trying to create the world. Let's just give you something that's already organized so that you can spend a little more time with your students and not just scamming the web. This is more for a unit. And so we've got the article et infographie all set up in one section. The next section has videos. Last section has cultural comparisons. So you can take this whole unit and grab the resources. So if you like this video, you would click on it, maybe you'd put it into an ed puzzle, and then send that out to your students. And there's quite a few videos for the kids, and I make sure that they're all appropriate. So if you want to share an idea on Wakelet, there's a document that I provided, and it has a tutorial on how to do that. If you want to just view the choice, the different boards, or if you want to collaborate. So it's all explained up here, and you found that on the second Wakelet link. And then if you continue on the presentation, I've given you some ideas like how to use Wakelet to build a unit for your students. And that could be like a normal type of school unit or a distance learning type of unit, okay? So I've given you a couple of slides like that. Everyone knows Pinterest, but really, how do we use it? The ATF has something like 88 boards, and they are also organized thematically. Now, what I'm trying to do is get all of the Pinterest boards into Wakelet collections. That takes a while. I love these because, honestly, if you look at Pinterest as just a place to put things and you never use them, okay, that you feel good. But I say, find something, perhaps you have a video, like on YouTube, and you put it there, or you've got an infographie, or you want to do like an IPA where they watch the video and then they do a reading. You can put those two together. You can save this picture. You go to Save Images, and you would name it something, correct, right? Infographie, And then the students, you could put that into a Google form, or you could put it into a Google Doc, or however that you assign your reading experiences for your students, and then put some questions, and it's ready to go. So again, the ATF Pinterest boards, some of them have 57 pins, and some of them have 5. And if there's something that you can't find, please let me know. I'll try and, track down a resource. We're really good at that, finding things and putting them together. Okay, so that's the Pinterest, and I've given you some ideas on how to use Pinterest so it actually works for you. The big one that I love sharing is the YouTube playlists. And that's because there are about 4,000 videos, 4,000, that's a big number, that are shared here. Some of these playlists have 49 and some of them have 1. They're divided into themes that can be used for any level depending on the tasks that you want to create. We have like just this one video right now from Mali, Aliment. So I'm trying to make sure that we've got Benin, we've got Burkina Faso. We have stuff from all around the French-speaking world. And if you just scroll down, you'll see the theme. You can open it up and look at the 37 videos about rentrée scolaire. It's a great one. It's about going out to buy your school supplies. There's vocabulaire, routine quotidienne, just a bunch of stuff. Okay, so this is huge, and it's a beautiful time to just spend not more than 15 hours in a row looking at these playlists. You don't want to spend all the time. We also have Digo, and Digo is more for the geeky nerds, and I'll let you explore that on your own. But Google Photos, I shared this out the other day, and it seemed like everybody got very excited. So I always put this out there. When you're on Google Images and you're looking for that specific beautiful picture that's meant for your students, because it's something that is in your thematic unit, but you're worried about it being copyright free or appropriate for your students. Let's take a look at these. These are different albums that teachers have created with me with the pictures they took around the French-speaking world. So this is one album. And when you click on this link, you'll be able to add to the album. That's so exciting. This makes it so that it's actually teachers who are putting this together. This one is called Europe Francophone Panneaux et Affiches. Okay, so this whole album is just, there it is. Beautiful things that you can grab for your students so that you have authentic resources that are meant for exactly what we want to show them. Okay, so you can go through how you do this. You can download a picture. Usually there's a little download button. If you go over to the 3 dots, I'm going to pull this down and download it right there. And if it says ATF on it, it's usually from me, but look, here's Jeanne. She shared this and it has her name on it. So if you use it, you can always credit her. Other albums that we have, this is one just where it's at la grande surface. What would you see if you went to an hypermarché? It's magical. It's gorgeous. It's just things, you could go shopping. There are specific cities and specific regions. We have several from Afrique francophone. So if you've been there and you want to share some beautiful pictures, these are mine from Maroc. And then you can add your own if you wish. I took this picture because I felt like this is an important resource pour les toilettes. Huh? And this is huge. So they're all organized. The last one I'm going to show you is Imperatif. And this one's exciting because if this is something grammar-wise that you have to do, you can grab some pictures and add them to, like, this is pretty complex right here. It's all just little snips and bits for your students. Okay, so that's the Google Photos. You can click on that and you're going to come into this document, and then when you click on a link, that takes you to the specific album. Okay. And then if you know about EF Prof, you know that it's not the strongest website ever. A lot of people get frustrated, but there are also people that know how to use it. There's a 3-minute tutorial if you want to look at it. There's some groups that I made. I'm working with the Institut Français, trying to get that to be a little bit more exciting for them, for their website to be a little bit more helpful. But for right now, I just have, are there any last minute type questions? I know I'm about 15 minutes over. I want to make sure our presenters had enough time and that I got through the ATF resources for you. So I should be back. I'm going to hit stop share just for a few moments. There's a lot of stuff in the chat. Let's just see. Oh, Heidi put this out. The slides are going to be available right now, if you want to copy and paste that, I will send out an email. After this we're done, it will have that link as well. When I get the recording all set up, that'll be next Tuesday. That'll be on the AATF website and the Facebook page. And if I'm very organized on Tuesday, I'll make sure that you get an email with that. So any other big thoughts that you want to do, throw them out. Or if you want to unmute yourself just for a moment or raise your hand, we can do that. You're probably thinking, oh my gosh, it's Saturday, Catherine, I would like to go and think about this, right? Raise your hand if you're going to just get off the computer and go out for a beautiful walk. Go out for a beautiful walk, yes. It's a gorgeous day here in the Pacific Northwest. I say that with a little laugh on my face, but so the importance of our organization, it's been for me something that has supported me ever since I started in 2003 at my first conference in Martinique. And we went to get Martinique again, and we're supposed to go to Trois-Rivières coming up this summer. So keep your fingers crossed on that, please. And oh, you got to eat lunch first. That's a good idea. It's not even 10 o'clock. I'm still open for a Bloody Mary. It's brunch time for us. I appreciate everyone who's a member, or if you're not a member, you're a French teacher. You're part of our family. We belong as a group together. If you need any support, contact one of the presenters. We have some time, not all the time, but we want to make sure that you know that you can look to your organization for support, for materials, for ideas, for a shoulder, maybe just to cry on or to lift a drink with. I wish for you, let's see, where are we? April 18th. We have about another month and a half. I don't know if we'll do another webinar series because what are we going to say? It's the end of the year. What are we going to do now? But keep in contact with us. Share your ideas on those Facebook groups and look at those resources. Until then, I'm going to wish everybody un bon week-end. Merci Sheila. Un bon week-end depuis le 13 mars. Hein? Depuis le 13 mars, c'est le week-end. Every day seems like that. And you are outstanding, amazing colleagues who are doing outstanding work. Do any presenters have any last encouraging words?
Ruth had her hand up, so if she wants to say what she wanted to say before we all say goodbye.
Thank you, Ruth. You want to say something?
Just have a quick question, just somewhere if maybe people can be posting their ideas about how to do any kind of, I heard, for instance, Teresa talk about a quiz and a quiz on vocabulary, and I don't even know how one would do that in this kind of environment without students looking stuff up or sharing it with each other. So if there's ways to go about doing that that I don't know about, I'd love to have just different people's ideas somewhere. Not right now, obviously, but wherever.
Ruth, come and, write me an email. Okay, write me an email, and then
email me.
Heidi, what I'm going to say real quickly is the idea of a quiz is a big question, because we can assess that our students, when we're in our classroom, we can assess. We know our parameters, our conditions. And Ruth, this might be the time where you push out the vocabulary, you offer some activities, and you hope that they grab on. And then next fall that you come in and say, let's look at that again. A quiz is I can't say that's feasible, but we do have options. We always have options. You might not be excited about with the results.
Yeah, the one she's referencing is, I actually did it in Google Forms. And I had them, I gave options, because I was teaching them the conditional, and I gave which of these sentences is in the conditional. So, one was actually in the future, and one was in the imparfait, and one was in the, by the way, I never give made up, wrong answers. It's got to be an actual real thing, because I don't want them internalizing misspelled things just to have an option on a multiple choice test. So I was like, which one is one of these? And then there were things like, how would you form, where do you get the stem for the conditional? And I have to do those because it's dual enrollment. And so the university is expecting me to do these more traditional type things. So with me giving them things like that, where they have to just tell me their process more than they have to create a sentence, or they have to do a multiple choice because they're just going to guess anyway a lot of the times. I can see like where they're needing help and I can give them feedback, and I can still give like an assessment grade that's going to make the university happy.
Exactly, and that's where we're asking. We're not asking for a lot of production right now. We're asking for interpretive mode, listening and reading and interacting with the cultural and global competencies that we can provide them. As the production you get is probably not going to be authentic kid work, so let's be okay with the changes that we're going to go through. Matala, you had a question.
Oui, je m'appelle Michel.
Michel.
Oui, j'ai une question pour l'examen de AP.
Oh.
Est-ce que vous trouvez que c'est juste que la partie conversation soit répétée une fois? Moi, en tant que personne qui parle le français et c'est ma langue maternelle, je trouve que c'est difficile, même pour moi. Même si vous me parlez en anglais une fois, j'ai besoin de répétition.
Oh,
Alors,
ouais,
je sais
tout
pas.
à fait. Alors, là, ma réponse est non, mais la bonne solution, c'est vraiment d'écrire à Monsieur Trevor qui nous a expliqué tout ça. Et j'ai dit, bah, OK, mais la question était ouverte et c'est fermé parce qu'on ne peut rien changer et c'est pas juste, mais on peut se plaindre.
Oui, oui, je me suis plaint. Alors, je me demandais si vous aussi, vous avez fait quelque chose
Oh
à
oui,
vous plaindre.
plusieurs fois.
Donc, mais
J'ai
je trouve que c'est
tweeté, j'ai
ridicule.
envoyé des messages, mais je ne peux rien faire. Donc, pour le moment, j'ai dit à mes élèves, peut-être ils ne vont pas passer cet examen parce que c'est pas un examen juste. OK.
Oui.
Dommage. Désolée, mais
Oui.
merci pour la question.
Non, merci d'avoir répondu.
Ah oui, bien sûr. D'autres questions? OK. Well, okay, then it's our time to close and thank you mille fois to have spent with us almost 2 hours. Nina, one quick question. Nina, but you're muted.
Oui. Oui.
You have one quick question. You put your hand up.
Oh, no, I just was clapping.
Oh, okay. Okay, everybody, let's do it.
I'm giving my reaction.
Bravo. OK. Bon courage, bonne continuation et on se verra en ligne, OK? Ciao.
Catherine, I think Jerry had a question, maybe. Jerry?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I do. I wanted to make one comment, and that is that I think that Daft Punk, French group, would say about the AATF that you guys are stronger, faster, better. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, c'est magnifique ça.
OK.
Thank you.
OK, à bientôt. Bye bye.
Au revoir. Bye
Au revoir
bye.
tout le monde.
Au revoir.